Thank you, sir. HN19, just before I move on to your deployment proper into the RCPBML, you mentioned before lunch that you thought that the decision to target that group, I think you used the phrase 6 of one and half a dozen of another, as between you and your managers.
Yes, I did, yes.
Was there any formal process that was gone through to authorise your deployment into a group?
If there was anything in the background, I don't know. There may have been, but I just don't know.
So you didn't see any paperwork, anything of that nature, authorising your deployment?
Not the decision-making nor the authorisation.
You mentioned, I think you were aware that the group had been targeted before by an officer known as HN13.
That is correct, yes.
Did that influence the decision as to which group you would deploy into at all, the fact that it had been deployed into before?
I doubt if it had any relevance. I say I'm not privy to all the discussions at a higher level, but it certainly didn't influence my thinking.
And to what extent, if at all, did the fact that you had been involved in choosing the group act as an incentive to you to want to justify your deployment once you got in there?
That would be a human reaction, but just how far it could be taken, I can't really estimate.
I'm going to move now to your deployment proper. And in your witness statement, you say that getting into the group was a gradual process, but your estimate is that by mid to late 1981, you were fully involved in the group.
That's pretty much correct, yes.
Excuse me. Can I ask you to have a look at, it's a security service document, it's B26A, sir, and UCPI 032543. Thank you. And if you could go down, I think it should be page, or before we do, just HN19 so that you can understand what we're looking at. It's headed Brief Guide to Subversion in Great Britain. And at the top right-hand corner, it refers to the Revolutionary Communist Party of Britain, Marxist-Leninist. And it's not obvious from that page, but we know this to be dated in 1984. So it's towards the end of your deployment as a whole and after you had in fact left this group. Is that right?
Yeah, I just want to confirm, you did say 1984?
Yes.
Understood, thank you.
But it's a security service document. If we go down to page 3, please. And the top paragraph, thank you. Towards the end of the paragraph, do you see it says recruitment is by invitation only?
I haven't found that yet.
Highlighted for you on the screen.
Oh, yes, indeed, yes. Yes, I see that.
Was that your experience of the group?
It depends how you define the term recruitment. Certainly, I gradually approached them through various means, particularly engaging Tom Graham in conversation when he was selling papers outside Brixton. If this is relevant, yesterday's witness, I believe I'm correct in saying in his statement, referred to me applying for probationary membership.
For candidate membership, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, as I recall that, Tom Graham, as an intermediary, said that Mr. Chant would like to go for a drink with me, and there was a very vague discussion. If he mentioned at all the possibility of me becoming officially a probationer member, I don't recall that. Certainly, I don't recall at all saying I would like to apply to be a member, or words to that effect. So I don't know how much can be read into recruitment is by invitation only.
Your experience was a relatively loose way into the group, nothing formal by way of membership that you recall?
That's correct, yes.
Can we take that document down, please? And can we put up HN19's witness statement, MPS 0747710, please? 0747710, page 25. And paragraph 63, please. HN19, you say here, my deployment into the RCPBML was very much a case of suck it and see. That is to say, to feel my way along, go to meetings, build friendships, and see what happens.
Yes, I've reviewed so far.
Does that describe how you went about it?
It's pretty accurate. It says friendships in the plural. My main probably sounds a bit repetitive. Tom Graham was very much the person with whom I spent time, but obviously I knew other people as well, but I wouldn't have classified them as friends.
To what extent does that suck it and see approach reflect what you understood to be the expectation of your managers?
Doesn't really give me any understanding of what the expectation was.
What was your understanding of their expectation?
That it was up to me to see what I could find out that was worthwhile, and perhaps to determine what was worthwhile.
So more or less along the lines as you set out there?
Yes. I mean, suck it and see is a bit colloquial, but that's essentially it.
Were you given any guidance by your managers about the extent to which you should build friendships, how close you could get, how intrusively you could report on people personally?
No, that was totally up to the individual's discretion.
When you formed the friendship with Tom Graham, did you at any point consider the impact on him of the fact that you were not who you said you were?
I didn't at the time. I recall in the early stages of this inquiry, I had a circular inviting me to name any people who might have been shocked and distressed if they discovered that their, well, in some cases their lover, but in other cases just a good friend, had been not what they seemed to be. I think had Tom still been alive, I would have nominated him, but he was deceased by that time.
Because I think you say in your statement that he took it as quite a body blow when you left. That's the phrase that
Yes, he did, yes.
that you use. So it had an impact on him as an individual, certainly.
Yes, yes.
Did you give any consideration to that, either before befriending him or at the time that you left the group?
I gave it consideration, but analytically it was something that had to be done. So I made a clean break and said words to the effect of, we're not getting anywhere. I didn't say that I was going off to the other group.
Did you ever give any consideration to whether becoming involved in a group in that way and then leaving quite suddenly had the potential to destabilise or affect the group itself?
No, that thought really did not cross my mind.
And when you left the group, it didn't bring any suspicion on you, did it, from the RCPBML? You went your separate way, and that was the end of that.
I'm not in a position to say, really. By chance, I bumped into Tom some weeks or months later, and he was just a bit sort of non-committal, but a fairly genial old Tom. And that was the only indication I might have had that any effect that my departure might have had on the comrades.
But it didn't cause you concern, for example, that you might be about to be confronted as an undercover officer, as a spy of some
Not at all, no.
How did you decide what to commit to your reports once you were deployed? What information to include and what not to include?
It would be going back on the two main thrusts, the public order situation and subversion, or I know it's not entirely answering the question in the terms in which you put it, but certainly for most of the time, what I did was going along with what Tom was doing. And once I got the material, I don't know that I was that analytical about deciding whether to include it or exclude it.
Could we have a look at your witness statement, please? 0747710, page 33. Paragraph 89 at the top there, please. You were asked in the request that was sent to you for a witness statement about what appeared to be gaps in your reporting insofar as the inquiries located it, so certain months where there didn't appear to be any reporting. Do you recall that? And what you said here is, if there was nothing worthy of attention, then either I wouldn't have put in a report or I would have put in a report of no significance. The office may have been tactful and shredded a report of no significance that I submitted, as it would not have helped justify my deployment. I just want to ask you some questions about that paragraph, please. Firstly, do I understand you to be saying that if nothing that you learnt amounted to what you consider to be useful intelligence, bearing in mind the questions of public order and subversion, if you didn't find anything that seemed to you to be useful, you might take the decision to report nothing at all, rather than report all the information you'd hoovered up, to use a colloquial phrase.
That's correct.
As to what you say there about the office may have been tactful and shredded a report of no significance, do you know of examples of the office shredding reports that you submitted or any other officer submitted?
No, that's speculation, reasonable speculation, but speculation on my part.
And finally, can I ask you about this? Within that speculation, you say that the reason, or you seem to be offering up as a reason why they might have shredded a report, that it would not have helped to justify your deployment. Did you see part of the purpose of your written reports as justifying your continued deployment?
I would say, if I've got the chronology correct, it may not have been made explicit to me yet, but I think you appreciate that I was sort of not far from leaving the RCP-BML and being retargeted on the RCP. Now, whether there was any ever conversation that said, well, just take a few weeks off, or we don't expect much from you for the time being because you'll be going, I don't know. It may have been that sort of situation.
So I'm not sure I quite follow that as an answer. My question was, did you see it as any purpose of your reporting to justify your own deployment?
I don't think I would have deliberately put in reports of no value whatsoever simply to stay where I was.
Perhaps a slightly different point. When you were crafting your reports, writing your reports, and you were deciding what to commit to writing, did justifying your deployment ever motivate you to include information or to express yourself in a certain way?
Insofar as I can search my soul and be honest about that, no.
Can we have a look at some of the reporting you did submit on this group? It's C3, sir, in your bundle, UCPI 015392. Could we if we just look at the top half of the page, please, to begin with. HN 19, this is a report from the 15th of June 1981, so early months of your deployment.
Yes.
And from the inquiry's point of view, in terms of what's been found, quite possibly the earliest report you submitted on the RCP-BML.
That sounds quite feasible.
We see that it concerns a conference against racism and fascism attended by representatives of over 50 left-wing groups. That's paragraph 2. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
And described as stage managed by the Revolutionary Communist Party of Britain, Marxist-Leninist.
Yep.
Do you have any recollection of whether when you attended this meeting you considered yourself already to be targeting the RCP-BML, or was it a bit looser than that at the time?
I don't know that I can ever say I actually became a full member. Certainly not at that stage. The sort of loose status is probably more appropriate.
And the conference itself was expressed to be anti-racist, anti-fascist, against racism and fascism. Was that typical of the sorts of events that the RCP-BML would have involved itself in?
Typically would be the correct adjective.
Can we look, please, at the conclusion of the report at paragraph 10? Sorry, actually, we better look at 7 first, just to set the context. I'm sorry about that. From paragraph 7, HN 19, we see, towards the end of that paragraph, the final resolution of the conference was the announcement of the formation of a national organising committee for a People's Democratic Front to implement the aims of the conference. I think we mentioned before lunch the People's Democratic Front, which you saw as closely aligned as a more popular version of the RCP-BML.
I actually used the word watered down, yes.
And then if we go to now, please, to paragraph 10, just to look at the conclusion. You said this: "It is impossible at this stage to predict the activities of the newly formed People's Democratic Front. It may be that, despite the grandiose references to a national organising committee, a national congress hinted at vaguely, and a national headquarters, the PDF may turn out to be just another discussion group. However, the known record of violence on the part of several members of RCPBML and the fighting talk emanating from many of the delegates indicate that it may feature significantly in future public order situations." As to the may indicate, or indicate that it may feature significantly in future public order situations, that was, would you agree, speculation on your part?
I would agree that it was speculation on my part.
And the known record of violence that you refer to, is that, going back to what we were discussing before lunch, what you had discovered in your research rather than what you had witnessed during?
It is rather historic rather than of immediate direct significance, yes.
Can you assist us when you use the phrase fighting talk emanating from many of the delegates, what that was a reference to?
It's difficult to conjure up the sort of atmosphere that the comrades managed, but it was not unknown in an assembly such as this for somebody at the back to stand up and start shouting very strongly worded political slogans. When I say fighting talk, it doesn't necessarily mean let's go and kill the fascists. It's more likely to be just very virulent slogans.
But political slogans,
yes,
rather than violent ones. All right, thank you. Can I just ask you about one other aspect of this report? Slightly different topic. Paragraph 4, please. I just want to ask you about your use of language. You're describing for individuals here. And the third one, you use the description an unidentified Negro.
Yes, I have.
Can you help me with whether that was considered to be an acceptable way? I presume you were describing a black person, I should say.
Indeed.
Can you help me with whether that was considered to be an acceptable way, as far as you were concerned, of describing a black person?
Society has had several changes since then, but just as, for example, we would no longer refer to a coloured person, it would be a person of colour. Then it was entirely acceptable to describe somebody as a Negro without any denigration in the term.
Is that correct in the early 1980s?
Well, you'd have to put it in historical context. That was what I thought at the time. I wouldn't have deliberately used it as a form of insult.
Right. So when you used it as a term that you considered to be in acceptable usage at the time?
An objective statement of fact.
Is that the sort of term that you would have heard other SDS or special branch officers using to describe a black person?
I can see no reason why they wouldn't.
Can we move, please, to a different report now? It's C5, sir, in your bundle, UCPI 015661. This is a report of the 6th of October of 1981. So we were on the 15th of June, now on the 6th of October of 1981. And this is a report, you will see the National Organising Committee of People's Democratic Front held a conference to form a South London committee within the organisation, paragraph 2. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So further to the conference that you'd attended in June, now a conference to form a committee for the PDF National Organising Committee. Can we look, please, at paragraph 5 of the report? You reported here, about halfway down the paragraph, on the final speaker. Do you see that? The final speaker on the floor was an unidentified youth from Stockwell attending school in Pimlico. who told anecdotes about attacking National Front supporters in Pimlico Market. Did you give any consideration to the propriety of reporting on school-aged children?
Well, no, I didn't, but what was he school age? I'm just looking for the text.
Well, it says attending school in Pimlico.
Yes, and
Tends to
obviously
suggest
school
he
age.
was still of schooling age.
No, I didn't see any reason not to do that.
The paragraph goes on, articulate and insistent, he gained acknowledgements from Graham, that's Tom Graham, who
Indeed.
you befriended, and Privacy, that violence would be a legitimate tactic in some circumstances. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
What's not detailed there is the circumstances that were being spoken about. Do you see that?
I see it, yes.
Was that not important for policing to understand the circumstances in which it was being suggested that that might be a legitimate tactic?
If those circumstances were mentioned, I've long forgotten what they were.
But to take an example, if what was being suggested was proportionate and necessary self-defence, even if preemptive, that would be important for the police to know, wouldn't it, as opposed to someone suggesting that violence should be provoked?
I'm not entirely sure that I follow the path of your argument. Certainly, I think as a matter of, dare I use the term, common sense, if you are subjected to an assault, then you have some sort of right to defence.
But would it not be important for the people who are going to consume your reporting to understand whether the group you were infiltrating was advocating self-defence or advocating the unprovoked use of violence?
Well, as I say, had that been specifically mentioned, and if I've just missed it out through negligence, then that's my responsibility. But I really don't know how I can assist you further.
Let's move to another report, please. UCPI 015476. It's C4, sir. And this is gone back in time to the 15th of July 1981. And a report, again, on the National Organising Committee of the People's Democratic Front, of the PDF. You noted in paragraph 2 that at least 50 persons attended, several of whom were young children with their parents. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Similarly to the last report, did you give any consideration to the propriety of reporting on events that were attended by young children?
It was essentially the event that was the subject of the report, not the fact that children attended.
Did you ever consider, as a police officer, as an undercover police officer, whether it was appropriate for you to be essentially pretending to be someone you weren't in the company of children? Did that ever?
Certainly not in that context. There are conceivably contexts where it would be wrong, but not on that occasion.
Can we look again at the conclusion of the report, paragraph 8? Your conclusion here was that the future course of the PDF is still a matter for conjecture. Again, the word conjecture there means you're speculating, doesn't it?
That's correct.
You go on, it may be that, given time, it will yet prove to be a force to be reckoned with, and that the stale material presented at this public meeting did not reflect the efforts to date of the National Organising Committee. So what you were speculating was whether or not they would prove to be a force to be reckoned with.
It would be fair to say I was keeping my options open, yes.
You go on to say this: it is worthy of note that all the speakers remained within the terms of reference of the meeting without making any comment whatsoever on the widespread rioting that had occurred in London and elsewhere during the preceding week. Just pausing there, is that a reference to disturbances in Brixton?
I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but that's an entirely reasonable supposition.
And then you say this: back at paragraph 8, that such an organisation of known zealots should apparently ignore an obvious opportunity for propaganda suggests either a strictly segregated approach to separate issues or that its channels of internal debate are too cumbersome to permit quick reaction to changing circumstances. Looking at that now, would you agree that that is somewhat disparaging towards the group in the way that you express that?
It could be interpreted as such.
Is that how you felt towards the group?
No, I previously said for the first part of that paragraph I was keeping my options open. I don't know another colloquial expression that would be similar that would apply to the final sentences, but that was how it was.
Had you already formed the view by this early stage that in fact this group that you were infiltrating might not be capable of the sort of revolutionary or violent activity that your deployment was, in theory at least, intended to sniff out?
I think it was fairly obvious from the early stage that they were incapable of mounting a revolution, but the possibility that they might indulge in violence in their attempts to do so was still real, certainly in my estimation. Time has proved me wrong, but that was at the time.
At this early stage of your deployment?
Yes.
Can we take that down, please, and have up UCPI 016666, and that is C6 in your bundle, sir? Thank you. HN 19, 27th of October 1981. A meeting of what's called the recently formed South London Committee of the People's Democratic Front, and described as its inaugural meeting. Do you see that?
Yes.
It says that the meeting was attended by 4 persons, including Tom Graham, Michael Chant, and Privacy. That's 3 people. You were the 4th, presumably.
I'm just doing the basic maths here. Tom Graham is 1 and 3 privacies. Then, yes, I would be one of the privacies.
Sorry, no, I'm not suggesting your name wouldn't appear under a privacy redaction HN 19. It would say HN 19
right, sorry,
or your cover name.
Forgive me.
If it appeared in the report. So what I'm suggesting is that we've got Tom Graham alias John, Michael Chant alias Steve, and Privacy alias Privacy. That makes 3 people named as attending a meeting that is described as consisting of 4 persons. Do you see?
Yeah.
And I'm suggesting that it follows that you must have been the 4th of 4.
That's entirely reasonable.
Do you recall how you came to end up there at the inaugural meeting of the South London Committee with only 3 other people?
Because I was Tom Graham's wingman.
So it was your association with Tom Graham that took you to this sort of meeting. Did being one of only 4 people at this inaugural meeting cause you any concern in terms of your ability to influence the direction, intentionally or otherwise, of this group?
No, I was very much I've used the term previously, the novice to Tom's mentor.
But you were one of only 4 people at the meeting. Would you not have been expected to contribute something?
Well, had there been a vote, I would have had a 25% say, but that again is speculation.
We see at paragraph 3 that one of the things that it was resolved would be done is to create a monthly bulletin under the title South London People's News. Do you recall that?
I have not an entirely clear recollection, but I'm certainly not challenging it.
And the bulletin would contain articles of local and wider interest and work to foster anti-racist, anti-fascist, anti-state, anti-police solidarity among the community. Did you make any contribution to your recollection to discussions about that sort of thing?
I believe I wrote an article for one issue.
And what was that article about?
I don't recall the topic, but I do recall just a few words from it, which was something like the United Kingdom, the USA's aircraft carrier in the North Sea, something to that effect.
All right, so commenting on the citing of American military hardware?
It would have been in the context of American imperialism, but how more specific, I really can't remember.
How did you come to write that article?
It was Tom was trying to encourage me to excuse me to write for the bulletin.
And did you see any contradiction in terms of your role as a police officer with getting involved in writing articles for these publications?
Well, to be frank, no. And I have to say now, I only made one article in the first edition because Tom, very tactful, didn't really encourage me to write any more.
Is that because he didn't really rate your writing?
Absolutely, yes.
Had he, might you have found yourself in the position of being asked to write repeatedly?
Well, that's hypothetical. I don't know. Quite possibly, it would have been going on the mood of the moment and all the prevailing circumstances.
Can we take that report down, please, and have a look at UCPI 018237 at C27, sir? Can we zoom in to make it a little easier to read at the top half? Thank you. HN 19, a report of the 4th of June 1982 about the planning of a series of protest activities concerning the visit to Britain of the American President Ronald Reagan. Do you see that?
Yes, yes.
And if we can look at paragraph 4, please. You comment that attendances by party members and supporters at recent demonstrations, and you give examples, indicate that a maximum of 40 persons may be expected at any one event. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So that's the sort of number, is that right, that you were expecting would turn out from the RCPBML at any sort of protest or demonstration or event of that nature?
I may have lapsed into hyperbole there. 40 persons sounds like rather a lot for that group at that time.
So you think that might be an overestimate?
Yes.
They were small, weren't they, in terms of how many would turn out at a
They
demonstration?
were indeed, yes.
You go on to say this: since the heady days of the party's forerunner organisation, the Communist Party of England, Marxist-Leninist, there have been few instances of involvement in overt violence and practices such as assaulting overly inquisitive photographers. However, the official line regarding attacks by fascists, which in this context includes police officers acting as implements of state oppression, is that active, indeed preemptive self-defence is obligatory. Linking of arms and similar passive tactics are considered as no better than running away. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
Few instances of involvement in overt violence. That chimes with what you were telling me before lunch about the lack of violent activity that you observed amongst this group, yes?
That's right.
The reference to preemptive self-defence, you describe it there as obligatory. That wasn't a word that Mr. Chant agreed was quite accurate yesterday.
Well, I think in the nature of things, we would adopt a different approach.
Sorry, I don't follow that. Who would adopt a different approach?
Mr. Chant, by virtue of his political beliefs and position in relation to this inquiry, and myself as an undercover police officer, would perhaps, just from basic thought processes, not see a given event or a thought in the same perspective.
There may be two ways of understanding that. Right? One might be to say that two different people might interpret something slightly differently, and they both could be legitimate interpretations, if not each wholly accurate. Right? The other way could be to say that one of you is right and one of you is wrong. Are you opting for either of those?
Well, at the time, I thought that was right. That was what I put down as my genuine assessment. How accurate it would be, you may well be in a position to criticise.
So there's a possibility that it wasn't accurate, but you believed it to be at the time?
Yes.
could we just have a quick look at paragraph 5 before we leave this report? You describe there that what you say is the general demeanour of comrades on demonstrations may most charitably be described as ill-mannered. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Again, was that intended to be disparaging of the group?
The group, because of their small numbers, trying to be tactful about this, usually got shoved to the back of any parade and were given to expressing perhaps contempt or dislike of the much more numerous organisations that would fill the prime positions. So that would account for me saying ill-mannered.
Certainly not a public order threat.
Not in itself, no.
From a police point of view.
No.
Thank you. Can we take that down, please, and look at MPS 0746898? It's C29, sir. I want to look at this with you, HN19, as an example of what appears to be a telephone, reporting by telephone. Sorry, can we just zoom out so that we can see the whole page for a moment? Thank you. So you see at the top it's headed Metropolitan Police telephone message from Chief Superintendent S Squad, but underneath is written DCI short, so the DCI of the FCS, to Commander Special Branch, yes? And we see the following information has been received from a secret and reliable source. It is anticipated that about 10 members of the RCPBML will meet at 11 a.m. on Monday, the 7th of June 1982, at the Students' Lounge at the London School of Economics. They intend leafleting in the Holborn area until 4:30 p.m, when they will assemble at Speaker's Corner, from where they will proceed to the picket at the US Embassy at 5:30 p.m. On Tuesday, the 8th of June, a similar number of RCPBML members will assemble outside Central Hall, Westminster at 10:30 a.m, and will later take part in the lobby of Parliament at 1:30 p.m. How frequently, before I ask you about the content, how frequently would you telephone intelligence? Telephone the office in order to provide intelligence?
I truly have no accurate memory, but not very often. I don't dispute the fact that that would have come from myself. There may well have been others, but how many, I really don't know.
And in terms of why you might choose to telephone in rather than wait to submit a written report, this report in particular doesn't seem to be warning of any disorder. Can you think why you would have telephoned that in?
It was the same day. The message was on the 7th of June, and the meeting would be on the 7th of June.
But why did you think that other police officers needed to know this information immediately?
I would say, admittedly, this is a relatively, or would seem to be, a small matter, possibly not worthy of attention, but in the standing back from it, I would imagine this would justify perhaps a casual patrol, casual attention by uniform.
Right, so you thought it might prompt attention from the police to the events that you were reporting were about to happen?
I thought it might justify some form of attention, yes.
All right, thank you. I want to move on now to a different seam of reporting of yours on RCPBML. Could we have on the screen, please, UCPI 018351? So it's your C32. HN19, this is a report dated the 22nd of June 1982, so about a year or so into your deployment now. And this is a report on the South London Committee of the PDF holding a sports and cultural festival intended as a local preliminary for an international festival to be held in August this year.
Correct.
I think you recall, perhaps, that in August of 1982, there was what was referred to as an international sports and cultural festival held in Coventry. Indeed. By the RCPBML, is that right?
Yes, I attended it.
And so this is a precursor to that, a local event as
Indeed.
A precursor to the larger one in Coventry. Is that fair to say? You refer to this smaller event at paragraph 3 as a distinctly informal affair attended by about 50 persons. Do you see that?
I do.
Inclement weather and mismanagement prevented an intended football tournament from taking place, and the remaining sports amounted to badminton, table tennis and volleyball. The organiser, Tom Graham, was assisted principally by Privacy and to a lesser extent by Privacy and Jan Diakow. What did you consider to be the purpose of reporting on an event like this, which was essentially, it appears, sporting and cultural, as the name would suggest?
I would agree that it's of very little consequence in itself. The impending national or international sports and cultural festival might have been of more interest. If anything, and it was... Sorry, just let me look at one or two texts, Yeah, in fact, in paragraph 5, I've said the festival, and festival in quotation marks to suggest the festival in itself might have been an exaggerated term, was of negligible interest, but did provide some insight into the methods of operation of the PDF, which was essentially why I reported it, although I agree it's not a particularly important meeting or of political consideration by itself.
Can we have a look in particular at paragraph 7, please? You say their attendance figures for the international festival are still a matter for speculation, but a significant factor will be the anticipated participation of the Pakistan national kabaddi team. And then you describe the nature of kabaddi, which is said to enjoy a wide following in Asian communities. Could we just take that down? That's the 22nd of June 1982. And can we have a look, please, at UCPI 028769? That's your B6, sir. What you're looking at here, HN19, is a security service document. And as it says on page 1, attaching a brief for a meeting with the SDS. And if we scroll down, please, to look at the brief. And if we can zoom in, the bottom paragraph in particular concerns the RCPBML. And the question coming from the security service to the SDS was, can source say how many people are expected to attend the International Culture and Sports Festival, which the RCPBML plans to hold in London and Coventry at the end of August 1982. In particular, we would be grateful for sources' comments on A, the scale of the sports events planned in Coventry, B, whether it seems possible that ICSF will attract a high proportion of local Asian and West Indian participants. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Do you recall seeing or hearing of those requests from the security service?
I truly do not, no. I'm not suggesting that it didn't happen, but I don't recall seeing them.
Is it possible that the fact you included some information in your report that we just looked at, your report of the 22nd of June, was in part a response to the request about whether or not the festival would attract a high proportion of Asian participants?
I'm not sure of the dates of the two documents.
Sorry, this document is dated the 10th of March of 1982.
Right.
And the report was dated the 22nd of June, so about 3 months later.
Then it's entirely possible that, just in natural sequence, the link was as you suggested.
All right. Please keep that request in mind. Can we look, please, at your report on the August festival in Coventry? It's UCPI 018615, your C38, sir. And if we could just zoom in on the top half, thank you. So HN19, on the 9th of September 1982, you report on events between Saturday the 21st of August and Sunday the 5th of September, when the PDF is said to have held a series of cultural and sporting events under the title the Second International Sports and Cultural Festival. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And you note that it was very much the realisation of efforts on the part of the RCPBML with which PDF is virtually synonymous.
I've seen that, yes.
If we can just scroll paragraph, paragraph 3, so the bottom 2/3 of the page, please. You list there a number of events centred on London and Coventry. So we see at 1 a workshop to hear and discuss entries for the Cornelius Cardew Memorial Prize competition for musical composition. At 2, an international cultural event, which is said to be another workshop, and a concert in the evening. 3, a full programme of sports and culture in Coventry, and you list the venues. And then the final event at 4 is said to be another international concert. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Again, can you think of any real reason why the Metropolitan Police Service needed to be interested in this sort of event?
Not on the face of it, but the Security Service had, as you pointed out, issued requests, and I thought it better to report rather than not report.
So would it be fair to suggest that this reporting was really motivated by providing a response to the Security Service rather than by any proper policing interest in the event?
That's a reasonable comment.
If we have a look down, please, at paragraph 4, in fact, you included this paragraph in the report: a detailed account of the proceedings would serve little purpose. Yep. Does that reflect
That's consistent with what we've just said, yes.
And at paragraph 5, please, notwithstanding that, the parts that you drew attention to included in the middle of this paragraph, a particular triumph was the securing of the services of several troupes of Bhangra dancers for the Coventry concerts. Again, do you think that is likely to be because you were asked by the Security Service about the likely attendance or interest of the local Asian community?
That's entirely possible, but I think it's more probable that I was just attempting to provide a full report, and that was part of the full report. In fact, I'm not particularly culturally aware of Bhangra dancing, but I gather it has become popular generally since that time. I did have some sense that they may have been sort of cutting virgin territory as far as Bhangra dancing was concerned in the UK.
But you go on to say that the entertainment was a great success with the Asian members of the audiences,
Indeed,
which comprised almost all those present. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So when you were including that detail, it appears, does it not, that you had in mind the Security Service's interest in participation of the Asian community?
It wouldn't have been at the front of my mind. It may have been vaguely somewhere at the back, motivating my reporting.
There's no policing value, is there, to reporting that an event was held and included several troupes of Bhangra dancers?
Not in itself, no, but it complements what could be useful information.
Can we just have a look at paragraph 6, please? Paragraph 6, you comment on what was referred to as the World Kabaddi Championship, so back to the Pakistani sport that you'd mentioned in the report about the local sports and cultural festival. So again, another comment at the end about popularity with the Asian community, judged by the fact that approximately 20,000 persons attended the sports over 3 days, largely on account of this particular tournament.
Yes, that would be roughly consistent with what I said about the Bhangra dancing.
Did you give any thought, any consideration as to why, as a police officer, you were being asked to comment on the attendance of particular, or the proportions of people from different races or different ethnic groups attending what appears to have been a genuinely sports and cultural event?
If I gave it any consideration, it didn't feature largely and didn't influence my reporting.
So you would have reported on the Bhangra dancers and the Kabaddi Championship for some police purpose, regardless of the Security Service request?
I doubt if there would have been a request from any police body to report on the sporting and cultural events.
And no real police purpose for you to report it, whether or not requested. Do you agree?
I don't agree, no.
Why not?
I think we're missing the element of discretion for somebody myself in the field. It would appear, and I'm not going to deny, sometimes we would report stuff that seemed irrelevant and had no legitimate business for police officers. If that is the judgment of this inquiry, then I have to stand by it.
What's your judgment? Do you say this had a legitimate
At the time, I considered it was part of the full picture. If now it looks that I was wrong, then I was wrong.
When you say you considered it was part of the full picture, can you expand on that? Did you see it as part of your role to just report everything? I had understood your answers earlier that that was not your job.
I understand your question. I certainly didn't think it would be part of my job to report everything willy-nilly, but anything that stemmed from an organisation in which we had an interest, however peripheral it may have been, I did report, and that was my decision at the time.
Is that really right, HN19? Because just to take perhaps a silly example, right, you didn't report what Tom Graham had for breakfast every day, did you?
I certainly didn't.
And you didn't report on every single one of his activities because he must have been doing different things every day of his life, correct?
Of course.
So you were making some sort of selection, weren't you, about what to report and what not to report?
Well, I mean, I don't want to bring this down to the sort of playground level, but the security service didn't ask what Tom Graham had for breakfast every day, but they did ask some questions which, although now would seem to be inappropriate, were asked at the time, and I answered them.
Yeah. So going back to my original question, it appears likely, doesn't it, that you were influenced by the security service request to report this sort of detail?
Yes.
Can we look at one other similar example, please? UCPI 028783, so B9 in your bundle. And you'll see at the bottom HN19, 18th of June 1982.
I have the date, yes.
Yes. So I'm just checking I've got the right reference. Sorry, I may have the wrong reference there. I'll come back to that later if I can. I think I've got the wrong reference in my notes. Sorry about that. Just before I move away from your reporting on the RCP-BML as a group and its activities as a group, you submitted at least 2 reports, I think, on the group after you had been retargeted away from them and towards the Revolutionary Communist Party, didn't you?
I have been reminded that in the preparation for the inquiry, yes.
Yeah. If we bring up, please, UCPI 019575, it's C60, sir. And we see here a report dated the 27th of September 1983, which was after you had been retargeted towards the revolution.
Yes, I was completely away from the RCP-BML and making my way into the RCP.
And what this report describes itself is a review of some current aspects of the RCP-BML, drawn partly from open sources, such as the party's Organ Workers Weekly, and complemented by information received from a secret and reliable source. And that's you're the secret and reliable source, aren't you?
Indeed.
In your witness statement, you describe this report as having been self-motivated. So do you mean by that it was your decision to create it and yours alone?
Yes, it was, yes.
And can you explain why you thought to put together this report after your deployment into that group had ended?
It just seemed a professional way of tying up the loose ends and perhaps providing the Chief Inspector with some substance for his annual report and really just not leaving things in midair.
Were you conscious that the Chief Inspector had an annual report to write?
It's common practice, and certainly was then, for an annual report, I believe, in most police departments, and I'll be surprised if I wasn't aware of the Chief Inspector having to write an annual report. I think you take it for given that I would have known.
And did you understand what the purpose of the SDS annual report was at that time?
What I knew then and what I know now are not entirely the same, but I didn't give it a great deal of thought at the time.
What do you know now about it?
Well, considerable debate about finance and legitimacy and governance and all the other profound questions that apply to it.
The annual reports were being submitted for the purposes of securing ongoing funding. Is that?
That would certainly be one of it, yes.
But at the time, you might have written this report for the annual report, but unaware that that was one of the functions to which it might be.
It was more a personal motivation, just to sort of finish the job off.
Can we have a look, please? You deal with this in your witness statement, MPS 0747710, page 56. And paragraph 139. You say there that Detective Chief Inspector Short was mildly surprised when you presented this report to him.
Yes.
Did you understand why he was mildly surprised?
Well, they hadn't asked me to write it, and if I can remember visually, he literally patted me on the head and said thanks.
You say at the end of paragraph 139 that the report effectively justified the fact we were no longer targeting the RCP-BML should anyone from the security service read it.
I'll see the sentence, yes.
Can I explore that with you? Did you anticipate that somebody from the security service would read this report?
On the balance of probability, yes.
And why did you consider it necessary to have a report that justified why the SDS were no longer targeting the RCP-BML?
Because at some point, perhaps I didn't articulate my thoughts that clearly, but I was aware that the security service had an ongoing interest. They may have wondered why we'd stopped reporting, and this would be a neat way of tying up the loose end.
So did you see it as part of your role, effectively, as to provide explanations to the security service for what the SDS was and wasn't doing?
Not necessarily explanations, but to set out what we were doing, with possibly some comment that you could interpret it as an explanation.
If we can go back and look at the report itself, please, 019575. So that's back to your C60. If we can look at paragraph 2, please. And at the end of that paragraph, HN19, you wrote this: by contrast, the present-day RCP-BML rarely appears in public, and then in ever-dwindling numbers, apparently docile, and notable only by virtue of their tediously complicated slogans. Do you see that?
I see that sentence, yes.
I think you used the word docile or something similar earlier on to describe the group in public order terms.
I may well have done, yes.
And so that explains the public order, or the lack of public order interest, if I can put it that way, in the group. Yes. Was suggesting that they were notable only by virtue of their tediously complicated slogans. Does that betray a certain disdain for the group on your part?
I wasn't particularly enamoured of them. If disdain is the correct adjective, then I wouldn't apply it, but others may think it's appropriate.
What would you apply?
This is very subjective, but almost everything they did was shambolic. I don't think it would serve the inquiry's purpose to go into all the details of how they got things wrong, but if I could just use one example. At the International Sports and Cultural Festival, I was dispatched, accompanied by a comrade, to Heathrow Airport to meet some participants coming from Canada. And after we'd been there for a while, it turned out that the flight number didn't exist, and the comrade telephoned the communications centre, and in fact it was a bus number. They'd come by air into Paris, and then were coming across on a ferry, and then by a bus. And that, to me, typified the sort of hit-and-miss way they went about their business.
So not a huge amount of respect for their organisational capabilities.
That's fair comment.
If we move, please, to paragraph 9, where we get to the conclusion of this report. And bearing in mind what you said in your statement, that the part of the purpose of this report would be to justify to the security service why the police were no longer targeting the group. The conclusion is this. It may be said that the RCPBML shows many signs of being a spent force. It is apparently financially destitute, its publications are increasingly repetitive and almost unreadable, and its formerly fanatical leaders appear to have mellowed into junior middle age. Nevertheless, in view of its record of anti-police violence, it would be rash to abandon all monitoring, and in the wider security context, the party may yet prove to be of continuing interest. Do you agree that that doesn't sound like an explanation for why not to target the group, but an invitation to continue to target it?
I think a more accurate assessment would be that I was covering all angles and didn't want to jump on either side of the fence.
But why not?
That's how I saw it. I can't offer any deep psychological explanations or one that might be relevant to the inquiry.
But you concluded, or had certainly concluded by the time of this report, that this was a docile group, to use your terminology. They weren't numerous enough to cause any public disorder. They didn't seem intent on causing any public disorder. Why would you leave the door open to them being infiltrated at all?
Well, the embers could be blown into life again, if that's not too fanciful an expression.
Right, so just on the off chance, someone might want to keep an eye on them.
Yes, indeed, yes.
Is that how you saw the proper use of police resourcing to monitor groups just in case they might burst into life?
If we knew their true potential when we started, then that wouldn't be a justifiable use of resources. But it was part of my job to find out. And if I can summarise, you might say I wrote myself out of a deployment.
All right, well, we'll come on to how your deployment into RCPBML came to an end shortly. Before I do, can we just look at a few reports that you submitted on individuals and private events and the like in regard to the group? You recall in your witness statement being asked to attend what you describe as the funeral of a leading comrade in the RCPBML who had been killed in a hit-and-run accident.
Quite so, yes.
That was Cornelius Cardew, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yes.
And you say in your statement that you're pretty sure that was a request from the security service.
I never saw any documentation. I do recall in a conversation, and I don't know which of the managers it was, but one of the managers said something like, very much along the lines, this isn't verbatim, but something very much like, the security service have rung over and wants to know if there's any chance of you going to the funeral.
All right. And you did, in fact, attend the funeral, didn't you?
I was invited to it by Tom.
On the 29th of December of 1981. What did you think was the purpose of attending someone's funeral?
It may seem ghoulish. I wasn't entirely easy about it, but the request had come from the security service. It may have been interest from our point of view as the police for the attendees, perhaps people of significance from the past who hadn't recently been available. And that's about it.
You also attended a memorial meeting. Can we look, please, at UCPI 017157? It's your C17, sir. So the report dated the 8th of February 1982 about an event on Saturday the 23rd of January at Conway Hall, a memorial meeting in honour of the late Cornelius Cardew, formerly a leading activist and founding member of these organisations. Approximately 150 persons attended. And then if we can look at paragraph 3, please. So the meeting is chaired by someone described as a caretaker spokesman for the party, and then you described that a large part of the evening was taken up by performances by the PCA, that's the People's Cultural Association, of his songs and the playing of one of his piano compositions by John Tilbury. Since many of those present were professional musicians and not political revolutionaries, the spoken tributes emphasised Cardew's personal qualities rather than the purity of his Marxism-Leninism. Speeches and in some cases poems were read out by the following, and then you list a number of individuals, fellow musicians, somebody's wife, and then some members of the National Organising Committee, the Communist Youth Union of Britain, etc. Why did you go to that event?
I was invited by Tom, and it was part of our, shall we say, supernumerary activities. I didn't simply confine myself to everything that was strictly political. Drawing the line between those that I absolutely had to attend and those that were discretionary was not an easy task.
Right, so sometimes you would attend events that were not necessarily directly relevant to your task of obtaining political
That is correct,
intelligence, but this is perhaps more of a social sort of event as far as you were concerned.
Yes, it might have caused comment if I'd refused the invitation.
Having accepted the invitation, why did you consider it necessary to submit a report?
For completeness, I appreciate that with the benefit of hindsight it might have seemed a bit pointless, but at the time I considered, and it was generally considered, that events on the fringe like that should be reported.
So it wouldn't have been the case that if you turned up at an event and it was of no real intelligence value to the police, that you would simply decide not to put a report in?
I truly don't know whether there were such instances where an event occurred and I was present and I decided not to report it. It's possible, but I don't know.
Can we look, please, take that report down and look now at some reports on individuals? UCPI 017024, it's C13, sir. And I'll read this into the record, HN19. A report dated the 11th of December 1981. Privacy is the registered owner of a Privacy motor car. Privacy, his address is shown as Privacy. Privacy is involved with the RCPBML, and while the extent of his commitment is not known, he has been identified at meetings of People's Democratic Front and at monthly lectures arranged by the party. Do I take it from the fact that this report exists that you considered that information was sufficient to merit a report on a particular individual?
Well, clearly I submitted it, so by sheer logic, yes.
And can you assist with why that sort of information was considered useful to report by you?
Well, because as a member of the RCPBML, he would by definition be of interest.
So mere membership was enough?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we take that down, please, and look at UCPI 017238? It's your C21, sir. A report dated the 10th of March 1982. Again, I'll read it. Privacy has recently moved from Privacy, premises which she shared with Privacy of the RCPBML, to Privacy. She is separated from her husband, Privacy. Her free time appears to be fully occupied looking after her 2 young children. Nevertheless, she remains on close terms with Privacy and is known to have allowed her flat to be used by the RCPBML for its current series of introductory Marxist-Leninist tutorials. Again, sufficient to report that she had moved from shared premises of the RCPBML and that she'd allowed her new premises to be used for tutorials?
It's very thin, I admit, but yes, clearly I submitted it and considered it needed to be submitted.
Can I ask about 2 aspects of this report? Why did you consider it necessary to report that she had separated from her husband?
Simple completeness. I appreciate that with benefit of hindsight and subsequent analysis that might seem inappropriate and intrusive, but at the time I saw no reason not to do so.
So no reason not to do so rather than a positive contribution to policing?
There's a slight difference in emphasis, but yes.
Similarly, why did you consider it necessary to report that her free time appeared to be fully occupied looking after her 2 young children?
I couldn't say with any certainty, but if she was fully occupied in that way, she'd have less time to go into revolutionary activities.
All right, thank you. Can we take that down and have a look now, please, at UCPI 029197? It's your B7, sir. That's right. HN 19, this doesn't have a date on it, but the inquiry is able to tell by linking it up to associated documents that it dates from April 1982. It was handed over at a meeting in April 1982. And you will see there at the bottom of the page a request as to whether the source, which would be you in 1982 in the RCPBML, had heard of a particular musician, and the name was given, and the suggestion that there was a suspicion that the individual had been a pupil or colleague of someone else, and either a member or supporter of the RCPBML. Do you see that?
I see the bottom paragraph, yes.
Can we please take that down and have a look at UCPI 018352? That's your C33, sir. This report, in a similar fashion, different format, refers 22nd of June 1982 to a Box 500 letter dated the 25th of May 1982, asking for assistance identifying a musician, composer, and possible pro-Albanian communist sympathiser. Yes. So 2 examples only, of requests from the Security Service for information about individuals, yes, associated with the RCPBML. Are you able to assist as to how commonly you were asked for the details of individuals from the Security Service?
I truly cannot. Clearly it happened. Whether it was just once in a blue moon or with some degree of regularity, I really don't recall.
Of this particular individual, if we look at paragraph 4, what you appear to have reported back is that this individual's interests are primarily Albanian and musical rather than revolutionary.
I see that.
So, in effect, a negative return. This person not of revolutionary interest, to use your word there.
That's what the words say.
Can we move just to look a little bit about, at reporting, keeping the Albania link? You said earlier, in relation to the targeting of the group, I think we looked at your statement and a mention of I think you used the word allegiance to Albania. The group, the RCPBML, was supportive, wasn't it, of the regime of Enver Hoxha in Albania?
Correct.
But they weren't, when you use the word allegiance, they weren't officially allied with the country or in that way, were they? They were supportive of the ideology and the regime.
Supportive allies, terms which are hard to define. I can't remember what Mr. Chant said yesterday about links with Albania. This is relevant, although it's not entirely answering your question, but one of the reasons I was glad to leave the RCPBML was that anyone of consequence would sooner or later be expected to take a trip to Albania with obvious complications. Sorry, could you remind me of the thrust of your question, please?
Yes, the thrust is really this. When you were reporting on the group, you weren't reporting on some sort of international link between them and the regime as such. It was a sympathy for and support for the regime's ideas, was it not?
Yes, but I would add a comment to that, well, this is very much according to Tom, so not necessarily a hard fact. Members of the RCPBML were viewed with favour by the Hoxha regime, and I believe he said made welcome when they visited.
Could we look at some reporting that you submitted on something called the Albanian Society? So UCPI 018395, please, C34, sir, in your bundle. And this is a report of the 2nd of July of 1982. A report on the London and South East England branch of the Albanian Society having a meeting to hear the report of a recent visit by a delegation to Albania.
Yep.
And your conclusion at the end of this, paragraph 5, please, was this: the Albanian Society continues to work closely with the RCP-BML, as is shown by the active involvement of Chant and others in both organisations. However, despite much common ground between them, it is not correct to consider the Society as a front organisation of the party, since the latter has its own much deeper connections with the Party of Labour of Albania and in the political context operates independently of the Albanian Society.
I see that.
So that's you concluding that the Albanian Society was not of interest, in short. Is that fair?
That's fair enough, yes.
That is the 2nd of July of 1982. Could we take that down, please, and look at UCPI 015968, C43. This is the 30th of November of 1982. So almost 5 months later, you reported on an Albanian Society meeting and film show to commemorate the 70th anniversary of Albanian independence. Why did you continue to report on the Albanian Society if you had concluded that it was not a front organisation of the RCP-BML?
I would say that Tom invited me along and I went along and, as you would now correctly conclude, made an error in troubling to report it.
So you concede now with hindsight that you didn't need to report on it just because you
on that particular
felt
meeting,
you had
yeah.
to attend. Could we take that down, please, and look at UCPI 017236? It's your C20, sir. This is the 4th of March 1982, so before both of the previous reports in time. And you reported on an event at the House of Commons of the Campaign for Diplomatic Relations with Albania. Do you see that? Its first
Yes.
annual conference.
Yes.
Can we, although it's slightly back to front, can we start by looking at paragraph 5, please? You say that the stated aims of the CDRA, the Campaign for Diplomatic Relations with Albania, are ostensibly straightforward and stem from legitimate commercial and cultural aspirations. However, it is of interest that Steve Calder is identical with Michael Chant, South London Regional Secretary of the RCP-BML, and that approximately half of the persons remaining for the business part of the conference were current members of the party, or at least regular supporters of its meetings. And then you name those, which include Mr. Chant and Tom Graham. Yes. So do I understand correctly that what you're saying there is that the interest in the CDRA event stemmed from the involvement of a number of supporters or members of the RCP-BML?
There's an overlapping interest, yes.
If we come back out of that then, please, and go back to the earlier part of the report, bearing that in mind, we see at paragraph 3 that the conference was chaired by Dafydd Wigley, a Member of Parliament and President of Plaid Cymru. Why did you report on the involvement of a Member of Parliament in the CDRA if the interest here was actually the RCP-BML involvement in the group?
It would have been rather difficult to compile the report with anonymous references to the chairperson. On balance, although I appreciate there's an issue on reporting on elected representatives, it seemed more straightforward simply to tell it how it was.
When you say there's an issue with reporting on them, can you explain what you mean?
Well, from my reading of previous hearings at the inquiry and literature generally, there's a natural reluctance to think in terms of the police reporting on elected representatives in a democracy.
How did you think about it at the time?
I made the decision because that was how it was, and say, short of, well, it's similar to the inquiry, short of redacting significant parts of the report, I saw no way around it.
Can I just make sure that I understand your answer? Are you suggesting that at the time you considered it to be undesirable to report, but you saw no other alternative?
It was less than ideal, but I couldn't see another way of manoeuvring around it.
What caused you to consider it to be less than ideal? Were you told that by somebody, given any guidance?
I think this would just be instinct. There's quite a big chasm between the complete extremists at one end of society and people who are simply implementing democracy at the other.
Are there any circumstances you suggesting that it might be legitimate to report on an MP speaking at a conference at the Houses of Parliament?
There may well be. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but there could be.
On this occasion, there doesn't appear to have been any reason, does there?
Well, at the time, I was confident that what I was doing was right, but if I now stand subject to correction, then so be it.
Before we take a break, if I may, can I ask you about a particular aspect of Michael Chant's evidence,
Yes.
which it appears you paid some attention to, so you may be aware of what he said. He gave evidence that you attended with him a counter-protest against a National Front march or event in South London, possibly Kennington, involving the National Front leader Martin Webster.
Indeed.
And first of all, do you recall attending such an event?
I certainly attended the event. My recollection is somewhat fragmented. It is little more than a couple of, shall we say, visible cameos.
Right, well, tell us what you do remember.
Say again?
Please tell us what you do remember.
I say of these two visual recollections, one was of Martin Webster, accompanied by a rather large burly character who had all the demeanour of a bodyguard, ambling quite nonchalantly through Camberwell Green without any sort of impediment. The second one was Michael Chant, who was using a loudhailer, a megaphone, to address an assembly of members of the public and some party adherents. The contents of his speech I don't recall, but he was delivering it with some passion.
Would it be fair to assume it was a generally anti-fascist?
That would be correct,
speech?
yes.
Right. He suggests that Martin Webster was, in fact, protected by police officers. Do you recall that?
I have no visual recollection at all of police officers being present, but it would be ridiculous to say that they weren't. Clearly, an event that was known about beforehand would have had a police presence. If Mr. Chant interprets that as Webster being protected by the police, then certainly the police would be between Webster and the opponents. Whether that amounted to actually directly protecting Webster is a matter of how we use words.
He recalls you making the suggestion that an attempt could be made to break through police lines in order that Martin Webster could be confronted. Did you do that?
I have no recollection of what anybody said on that occasion, but that suggestion does not ring true. It seems extremely improbable.
Why?
It was not part of my role to act as agent provocateur. If, hypothetically, I had chosen to do so, there were very strong disincentives. As a low-status fellow traveller, I had no authority, no influence, and to have had any sort of chance of successfully promoting such a venture, I'd have to put myself in pole position at the front. That would have almost certainly have led to arrest. Arrest was to be avoided wherever possible because of the obvious problems of being in police custody and then in court while using a false identity. As previously mentioned, I'd done research which indicated that although by now they were, to use your words, or probably my words, docile, they did have a track record of violence on the streets, and I was, rather than sort of courting disaster, my mindset would always have been to be on the alert for a situation that could develop where I would be dragged into it and become involved in violence. Beyond that, there was the simple question of fear of pain or physical injury if I was treated roughly by my uniformed colleagues. If by any chance I actually came into a really desperate situation, I could even have inflicted an injury on one of my colleagues with even worse ramifications. Beyond that, if I'd managed to get beyond police lines, Webster himself was a formidable character, and I say he had a goon in his company, and I was still subject to the risk of physical injury and pain. Beyond that, it was a Saturday, If I had been arrested, that would have meant being in custody over the weekend before court on Monday, which would be bad enough in solitary, but if I was doubled up with a comrade with the potential for very long and profound discussions about politics or personal matters, including my record and where I worked and other personal things, that was even less desirable. On top of all that, a family member was visiting over the weekend and staying, and I was hoping for a short working day, which fortunately was what happened. But had I not got home by a reasonable time, it could have been very awkward to explain my absence.
You said when I first asked you about this that you had a recollection of 2 cameos from the
Yes.
day, but now you seem to be able to recollect the precise day that this happened.
It was a Saturday. I don't remember the date, but I remember it was a Saturday because of personal circumstances in my life. I say, that was, if I can put it bluntly, I had a row with my wife when I got home because I had expected the meal to be ready and I had to start it because she was delayed at work.
So you remember the day pretty clearly?
I remember some elements of it, yes. The actual events, which you started off, I say just these 2 sort of visual recollections.
You gave in answer a lot of consequences that could flow if in fact you had broken through police lines.
Well, if I'd attempted to, yes.
Yes. But is it possible that you made the suggestion to see whether the RCPBML would in fact take up the idea of street violence, to see whether your conclusions that they were docile were in fact correct? Were you testing them?
Well, anything is possible, but I reject that suggestion because, as I started by saying, it wasn't part of my role to act as agent provocateur.
You had gone into a group, hadn't you, that you had been part of the decision to target, and it turned out that they appeared to be of no public order risk. Do you agree with that?
Certainly they weren't up to what they had done in the past.
Was there any element of you seeking to justify your own deployment by provoking some attempt at relatively minor disorder?
No, absolutely not.
I'm about to move on to another topic, sir, so
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good time for a break for the stenographer.
Yes, I think it would be. You're moving from this particular organisation to another one.
I'm moving to the decision to retarget, towards
Yes.
the RCP.
Yes. Can I ask just one question then about Mr. Chant? We both heard him yesterday, in my case for the first time. You...
Would it be wrong of me, sir, to point out that I think I see him at the back of the hall?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out to me, but I formed a view about him now. Did he appear very much different 40 years ago?
It's very difficult to give a sincere answer without being subjective. He didn't look a well man yesterday. He's older than I am, but and again, there's no nice way of saying this. He looked significantly older than I am, and certainly he seemed to have changed from when I knew him some 40 years ago.
So your evidence is that he has in fact changed, at least outwardly.
Say again, sir,
He
please.
has in fact changed, at least outwardly.
Yes, indeed, yes.
But what about the inner character?
I don't know if I can help the inquiry by making speculative meanderings on the basis of what he said in this court yesterday. Sorry, in this inquiry yesterday.
Very well, I can't press that any further. Then we'll rise for 15 minutes and start again then.
Thank you, sir. HN19, I'm going to ask now some questions about your retargeting away from the RCP-BML towards the Revolutionary Communist Party. All right. Can we start, please, by having on screen UCPI 028802? It's your B13, sir. And this is a security service note. Sorry, can we just see the date before we zoom in? November 1982, 12th of November 1982. At that time, you were still deployed into the RCP-BML, weren't you, HM19?
I was.
And if we have a look at paragraph 3, please, the security service recorded that the SDS had decided that you could no longer be justified in the RCP. It actually just says RCP-ML, but it's RCP-BML. According to that's the SDS's law and order objective, and they were going to try to move you to South London RCP. I think you agree in your witness statement with the suggestion that your deployment could not be justified according to the law and order objective of the SDS. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
It was clear, wasn't it, for some time before November 1982 that there was no real law and order objective, no real policing objective to continued infiltration of the group, wasn't it?
I would say it was a gradual realisation. Perhaps I put too much stress on what I knew historically, but if perhaps that realisation should have come earlier, then that's open to opinion.
Certainly by November 1982, it was clear.
As per this report.
Can we take that down, please, and put up UCPI 028809? That's B14, sir. I don't think we see a date on the document, but it refers to a visit on the 20th of January 1983. In paragraph 1, this is another visit between the security services and the managers or management in the SDS, DCI short, and DIHN68. Do you see that? And if we can look at paragraph 8, please, the top of page 2. It's a little difficult to read. But the security service representative commented on a lack of recent reports from the RCP-BML source, and the SDS confirmed that they were trying to redeploy him, that's you, into the South London RCP.
Correct.
But you were still mixing with your present Maoist comrades. Does that accurately reflect the changeover that you went through between RCP-BML to the RCP?
It's certainly the changeover period. Whether it was precisely like that, I wouldn't quibble over what you just said.
And then this is recorded, appears to be to reflect what the SDS managers were saying. In general, they felt that although the man had tried hard within RCP-BML, it was so security conscious and not particularly active that it might take years to get somebody into a position to provide the kind of information that we wanted. Does that chime with how you experienced your own deployment?
I wasn't privy to this document, but it's pretty well similar to how I sort of realised the writing was on the wall. I was on the way out.
But as I understood your evidence earlier, this was a group about which you concluded there was no real public order threat. Do you agree with that?
Indeed.
And although they had political ideas that you considered worthy of monitoring, it was more a keep an eye on them rather than an active threat of any kind.
That's reasonable.
So the suggestion that it might take years to get somebody into a position to provide the sort of information that might be useful on that front, is that a conclusion that you reached, or is that unfamiliar to you?
That thought would not have occurred to me. So the core members were sort of very close with each other. Then there was the likes of Tom, who in essence was a sort of caretaker for the bookshop, and adherents such as myself who were sort of hovering around the edge.
In your witness statement, you describe Detective Chief Inspector Short as the prime mover in the decision to redeploy you to the RCP. Is that right?
Well, it was DCI Short who who put it to me. Whether he was, perhaps the term prime mover isn't strictly accurate, but certainly as far as I was concerned, he said words to the effect of, in fact, it's almost verbatim, we need to move you, you're wasted where you are.
Can we have up on screen, please, your witness statement, 0747710, page 56. And paragraph 138, so the top half of that page, please. And you're speaking there about the being told to be retargeted about a third to a half of the way down there. And you say this, I was in a comfortable rut and I didn't motivate this change. Could I just explore with you, do you mean to convey by that that it would have been easier to remain in a group that wasn't very active?
I think it's a justified criticism that in some senses I was coasting along, but that doesn't mean that I objected to being moved.
No, quite not an objection, but more that it was easy to stay where you were.
It could have been, although I made the comment about perhaps having to go to Albania and perhaps the difficulties if somehow I had managed to penetrate the inner core. So one way or another, I wasn't upset at being told to move.
Were you conscious of any formal review process having been undertaken before you were redeployed? So your managers going through any formal evaluation of the risk posed by the RCP-BML or anything like that?
I didn't imagine it to be a sort of spur-of-the-moment whim, but what the actual process was, I didn't know.
So you weren't made party to it or asked for review or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no.
So around about early 1983, it was clear to you that you were to be moved to the RCP.
Correct, yes.
And can we look, please, still with your witness statement, can we turn to page 23, first of all? And paragraph 59 at the top. Where you explain that you didn't volunteer, it was DCI short, and then you say this, I was pretty much told that my first group, so that's the RCP-BML, isn't it? Is that right, the first group?
Correct, yes,
Yep.
correct, yes.
First group were worthy of ongoing interest, but when it came to allocation of human resources, the RCP were that much more worthy, and I was redirected accordingly. Yep.
Yep.
And then can we also look, please, page 26, at paragraph 66 in the middle there. You say there, HN19, I understood that I was being tasked into the RCP because it was a new territory. You refer to it offering unconditional support for Irish freedom fighters and total sympathy with the Irish bombing campaign. And then at the bottom, you refer to them as up-and-coming youthful enthusiasts. They could turn out a few hundred onto the streets. Where did you get that understanding of the RCP from?
Are you saying specifically that they were up-and-coming and youthful enthusiasts who could turn out a few hundred?
Well, any of that. Their support for Irish freedom fighters and sympathy with the Irish bombing campaign, up-and-coming youthful enthusiasts could turn a few hundred onto the streets. Where was that information from?
Partly from their open source paper, The Next Step, partly from conversations, and partly from the meetings that they hosted.
Conversations. I'm focusing now at the point at which you were retargeted to them. What conversations gave you
Do forgive
that?
me, I was jumping ahead there. I think this is a case of me applying the rationale after the event. Basically, I followed the DCI's instructions to drop the RCP-BML and move to the RCP. Whether I had the full understanding that is shown in that paragraph is debatable.
As to the first sentence, I understood I was being tasked into the RCP because it was a new territory. You knew that the officer known as HM106 had reported on the group before you, didn't you? Because you'd spoken to him, I think, about membership.
Yes, that may have been sloppy use of language when I made this statement. Certainly, as you say, there was some previous coverage. In fact, we overlapped for a time. Or it could have been, it was a new territory to me, but I don't think that's likely.
So what was your understanding when you were tasked into the RCP as to why you were headed there?
Well, for one obvious thing, their main office was right in the heart of Brixton, on the corner of Electric Avenue and Atlantic Road. And however ill-informed public opinion might have been, there's an obvious concern that they might have been at the heart of the disturbances that had been carrying on in that locale.
There were other officers contemporaneous to you reporting on the likely causes for the disturbances in Brixton.
Naturally, yes.
You weren't particularly reporting on that, were you?
No, I was not.
Can we have a look, please, if we take the witness statement down, at the SDS annual report for 1983. It's MPS 0730903. So I'm afraid I don't think this is in the hard copy bundle that you have. And HN 19, so that you understand, this is the annual report written by the Detective Chief Inspector of the SDS looking back over the year 1983. All right, so you see there's a cover letter, first of all, from May 1984. And if we scroll down to the next page, please, we see the letter that went to the Home Office was dated the 27th of February 1984. That accompanied a report looking back over the previous year. Right, can we turn, please, to page 18 of the document? And this is the section of the report that deals with the Revolutionary Communist Party, looking back over the year 1983, which is the year you first became involved with it. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
And in particular, at paragraph 37, about a third of the way in, in view of the party's limited membership, just over 100 nationwide, it is clear that in its own right it can pose no serious threat to public order. Were you either made aware of that view by your managers, or was it a view that you came to?
I don't recall that being put to me by the managers, no.
The report goes on, however, it is a matter of record that, through sheer persistence and accumulated experience, the RCP has become skilled in the art of manipulation of the media and has even acquired a certain limited authority among journalists as a source of information on Irish matters and racism. As a result of this uneasy symbiosis, a small initiative on the part of the RCP or its front organisations can attract public attention totally out of proportion to the numbers of persons involved or their possible influence on the issue at stake. That second half does not in itself suggest a threat to public order, does it? Manipulation of the media.
It would depend what the media was addressing. I recall an article in, and I'm ready to be told I've got this one wrong, in the Sunday Times with rather dramatic diagrams of East London Workers Against Racism, which is near enough the RCP personnel going on patrol. I recall myself having a walk with comrades around a difficult area, and only at the end did they say, "Oh, that was a good patrol," and I didn't realise it had actually been on patrol. They say they had a gift of exaggerating what they were doing, and possibly sparking interest and involvement from others, people who wouldn't otherwise be so.
But the fact that they might have exaggerated what they were doing didn't make them a risk to public order, did it?
I would go so far as to say they were not intent on causing public disorder. It may be that their activities would result in public disorder, but I'm happy to say that they did not set out to cause public disorder.
And was that a conclusion that came to you before you deployed into the group, or as a result of your deployment into the group?
I would say it was an accumulation of random thoughts which became opinion.
And that being so, your deployment into the RCP, either at the outset or at some point after it had begun, could not be justified by reference to any risk of public disorder. Is that fair to say?
I think we always had in our back of our minds, when I say we, I can only speak for myself, but I think I also speak for management, the potential for it, and I appreciate potential is rather a contentious word in this inquiry, but at the time we thought it was worthwhile because of the possibility of public disorder.
So this is another monitoring, keeping an eye, just to see if public disorder might occur?
That's a fair comment.
Because if we take down the 1983 annual report and look at the 1984 report, so written about a year on, it's MPS 030902. And if we can go straight to page 27 of that report, please. Sorry, we should be in a different document, 030902. 0730902. So this is the annual report that looks back over 1984, when you were deployed into the RCP. And can we go to page 27, please? So this is the section of the report on the Revolutionary Communist Party, starting at paragraph 46. An unremarkable year for the RCP. And 47 suggests a year of genuine consolidation, even of growth. It has the potential for exerting real influence in extreme left-wing politics, an increase in national membership. But if we go over to paragraph 48, please. We see something similar to the year before. In view of the small number of persons who comprise the RCP, it can never, unassisted, amount to a serious threat to public order. On the other hand, this weakness is balanced by its continued exploitation of and sometimes close links with the media. So we see a similar assertion to the year before. No real change. It appears still to offer no real threat to public order, correct?
Well, that's what the report says, not what I said.
Right. In what way do you differ from the annual report?
At the time, to its author, not at all, but it was my admittedly subjective opinion that they still had potential, although, as per the words of the report, nothing much was actually being done. And
can we just take the focus on paragraph 48 away, please? I think we need to go down to the next page. No, sorry, that's my error. Back up, sorry. I've got an incorrect reference, so I'll leave it there. Can we look, please, at an example of your reporting on the RCP, UCPI 020389. It's your C86, sir. And can we zoom in at the top half of the page, please? This is the 7th of August 1984, HN19, a report about Workers Against Racism, which is referred to as a front organisation of the RCP, currently preparing to raise the public profile of its work in the Tower Hamlets area of East London. And if we can just scroll down, it's to do with friction, according to paragraph 3, between white racists and Asians, which would necessitate intervention by Workers Against Racism. In practical terms, this would involve sitting in the homes of victimised Asians, taking their children to school, and organising anti-racist patrols. So that was the sort of activity, I suggest, that was in the contemplation of Workers Against Racism.
Certainly one of their activities, yes.
There is a suggestion at the end of that paragraph that the speaker, who was Frank Furedi, invited those present to attend Keep Fit and self-defence classes, which he would organise. Do you see that?
I don't see that, no. Which
Just at the
paragraph are
bottom of paragraph 3, the final sentence.
I see it now, thank you.
The reference to self-defence classes, were they anticipating the need to defend themselves?
I don't know what they were anticipating, but it's a reasonable assumption.
Can we look at paragraph 4, where you offer a view? You say this: despite the resolute, even aggressive nature of WA's intentions, it does not necessarily follow that there is any serious threat to public order. Do you see that?
I see that, thank you.
And at the bottom, you refer to the attendant possibility of disorder in the event of concerted opposition.
Yes.
Does that typify the sort of approach of Workers Against Racism?
It would typify my assessment of their approach, yes.
Yeah, so that your assessment of how they operated was something like that, that they might carry out anti-racist activities, anticipate being attacked in the course of it, and be prepared to defend themselves.
Well, there's an element of speculation in that, but on balance, yes.
I'm just going to ask you to look at some examples of your reporting on the group, aside from that one, starting with your very first, UCPI 019373, C55, sir. And this is the 1st of August 1983, and your report on the Preparing for Power conference. That was an annual conference held by the RCP, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yes.
And in your witness statement, you described this report as your big jump into the deep end when you made your grand entrance into coverage of the RCP.
That's a bit flamboyant, but essentially correct, yes.
If we look at paragraph 4 of the report, please, on page 2, you note that a large number of the workshops were devoted to political theory, economics, historical analysis, foreign regimes, international relations, and many other subjects of great interest and importance. However, few sessions were of direct concern to special branch. Yeah, so the vast majority of what you saw and heard there, you didn't, in fact, consider to be of any interest to the police.
That's correct, yeah.
You pick out the following exceptions. Sorry, still on that page. I just want page 2, please. The first exception is racism. Why did you think that a course on racism was of particular interest, direct concern?
May I have a few seconds just to read that paragraph?
Yes.
Well, there's evidently nothing wrong with working against racism, but our concern was the potential that it might be linked to political aims or even subversion.
Right, and in what way was working against racism potentially linked to subversion?
Can I just read the words to you? RCP's argument is that racism is an integral part of capitalist society, and that virtually every aspect of the established race relations machinery is designed to stifle genuine black freedom. It follows that only direct working class action achieves any worthwhile result. Now, direct action is, depending on the context, could just mean doing it with meaning, or even quite, potentially violent situations.
Right, but that's not subversive, is it? You're saying that you were anticipating the potential for violence.
Well, I'm aware that since the inquiry has been running, subversion has been the subject of some questioning, and just what does it mean? And I'm familiar with how it's been aired, but at the time we were far less informed, and I say anything that could possibly result in violence would sort of get thrown into the subversive bin, shall we say.
All right, so when you use the word subversion, you mean anything that might result in violence?
I may have wandered into that area when I was writing these reports.
The second exception that you highlight as presumably being of direct concern to Special Branch is the attitude towards the police. Why did you consider that the party's attitude to the police was of direct concern to Special Branch?
I would say, give me just very quickly scanning it, because they, perhaps I'm biased as a police officer or former police officer, that I'm not very happy with the description of us being defenders of the capitalist control over the working class.
Do you think it's possible that as a police officer hearing groups, political groups or activist groups, that came into it, that perhaps you were sensitive to that sort of talk because you were a police officer yourself, albeit undercover in these situations?
That's quite possible. I like to think I was objective, but subjectivity could have crept in.
If we have a look at your conclusion in this report, paragraph 8, please. You say this: the overall mood of preparing for power was one of great optimism and determination, and it is clear that however slender its resources and numbers may be, the RCP will continue as a vociferous nuisance and irritant for the foreseeable future.
Sorry, are you asking me to comment?
I was just letting you read that through.
Sorry,
Don't worry.
forgive my haste.
No, I was just pausing to let you have the chance to look at it. Is that an accurate assessment of how you saw the RCP, a vociferous nuisance and irritant?
I think I would fall back on drawing attention to preparing for power as the title of their conference. Clearly, they were not about to seize power, but it was part of their continual self-motivation to use such terminology, and that's consistent with the terms I've used: vociferous nuisance and irritant.
Do you consider, or did you consider at the time, that police resources should be focused on groups that were simply a vociferous, loud nuisance and irritant?
I don't know that they were simply a vociferous nuisance and irritant. Certainly, I put that in my summary. I say perhaps I was just falling back on generalisations or generalised thinking, that they may yet have been in interest in total property subversion and indeed street violence.
Can we take that down, please, and go back to the 1984 annual report? I've been assisted with the reference. The document is 0730902, please, page 27. Sorry, page 28, my fault. No, that's still not the correct reference. It's paragraph 49, I'm sorry. Can we focus in on paragraph 49? So the wording that we just saw in your report becomes reflected here in the annual report, where it says this: politically it is something of a paradox that the RCP's extreme positions should guarantee its continued role as a conspicuous irritant to the establishment, while denying it the degree of support which it needs from the left-wing milieu to achieve any significant result. So it appears, doesn't it, that the idea of the RCP as a conspicuous irritant to the establishment was one which underpinned the police interest in it at the time.
I'll go so far as to say my script may have been lifted and copied and pasted.
So being a conspicuous irritant to the establishment, a group which posed no serious threat to public order was nonetheless seen as justification enough for your deployment into it.
Well, placed in those stark terms, no, but say in context, I thought it was justified at the time.
Can I ask you, please, about a particular incident that occurred during your deployment involving a trip to Leicester? The report is UCPI 014482. It's C98, sir, in your bundle. The 5th of February of 1985, attendance at a meeting in Leicester of the Irish Freedom Movement to commemorate the events of Bloody Sunday, and I think you attended the event,
yes.
didn't you? We see at paragraph 1 that it was attended by Sinn Féin and a variety of other pro-Irish and left-wing organisations, which included the IFM. You reported their attendance at paragraph 1, presumably, as far as you were concerned, that was of interest to Special Branch, the groups
Yes.
that were attending. And then can we look at paragraph 3, please? London-based activists travelled to Leicester by coach, didn't they?
By two coaches, yes.
And we see here that when the coaches reached Watford Gap service area, it was immediately apparent that the right-wing opposition, supplemented by an additional coach load of sympathisers, had established itself in the car park.
It was a service station. I can't be precise about Watford Gap, but if another source says Watford Gap, then Watford Gap it was.
And we see, if we just move along, a small group of right-wingers used the opportunity to hurl abuse and bricks at their enemies.
That is correct.
So did you come under attack, effectively, you and the group of people you were with and your coaches, from a small group of right-wingers?
If I can be precise, of the two coaches, the one that I was not on bounced a brick off the windscreen, and as it was fairly modern laminated safety glass, the brick did not penetrate the space of the bus, the coach rather.
All right, but it says in the report 2 coaches sustained damage to windows.
Yes, the other coach did. The coach that I was on was a relatively ancient vehicle with old-fashioned safety glass. One brick went through the driver's windscreen and one brick went through a window on the right-hand side. They both shattered into pebbles.
And then a short distance further along the motorway, you note the coach carrying the right-wing sympathisers overtook the one carrying the IFM contingent, and one of the coach passengers returned one of the bricks thrown.
That's
So
correct.
do you mean by that one of the passengers on the IFM coach?
It was the coach that I was on, and the window was on the right-hand side, so somebody seized the opportunity to throw a brick at the right-winger's bus.
Now, we see from the bottom of paragraph 3 that it appears that the presence of uniformed police helped to bring the incident to an end.
I don't quite see the logic of that. I don't see the print either at the moment.
Oh, sorry, it's shortly after turning
Oh,
off the M1 for Leicester, vehicles of both factions came under the close scrutiny of uniformed police, and the right-wing element decamped not to be seen again.
I don't know about close scrutiny, but certainly the coach that I was on was stopped. Uniformed officer came on board to inquire what had happened, and one of the comrades, I'm not going for a joke here, but he put it down to bird strike.
Sorry, you're going to have to explain that answer.
His actual word was pigeons. The police officer said something like, "Well, what happened here, sir?" And he said, "Pigeons." So is this to indicate that the windscreen had been broken by a low-flying pigeon?
Right, so not telling the truth that an attack had been by right-wing sympathisers, but putting it down to
they
something.
didn't want to get involved with the police, even as complainant.
In your witness statement, I'll take you to it if you don't remember it, but you say of this incident that when you reported it back originally, you included the name of the person who threw the brick
Yes, I did.
in your report.
Yes.
And by that, do you mean the person from the IFM who'd thrown the brick back?
Yes, the person who returned the brick that had been used in the initial attack against us.
And what you say in your statement is the office edited the name out.
The name was not included in the final report. I can't remember whether the reason was given. It may have been supposition on my part, or it may have been what I was told, but I believe my report says that it was edited out so that the person who threw the brick at the right wingers wouldn't be identified, and there wouldn't be no undercover officer, particularly myself, would be called as a witness.
So you had as a police officer, you had some evidence about an exchange of bricks being thrown between right-wing sympathisers and then a brick being thrown back.
Yes.
But although you were able to identify one of the persons involved, that name was not included in your intelligence.
I submitted it in my report. As far as I know, I can't remember the precise circumstances, but I'm not doubting what's in the record, that it wasn't included for onward transmission.
And I think you say it's supposition, but you supposed that was to avoid you being called to give evidence should the matter go to court.
That may have been my supposition. It may have been what someone in management said. I can't be precise on that.
Was that a widespread approach in your experience, or a widespread attitude that giving evidence by undercover officers was to be avoided?
That was the only practical instance that I was involved with or knew of.
Even at the cost of providing intelligence which might identify the perpetrator of a crime, albeit a minor one?
Well, I didn't have that experience, so I couldn't express an opinion on that.
Can we just look in terms of your reporting on the group at your final report, UCPI 026430, so C120. The 30th of August 1985, HN19, and your final report was, again, as your first one, on the Preparing for Power conference, but this time in 1985. I'm not going to take you through the whole of this report, but it's including appendices listing dozens of supporters of the RCP. It's about 40 pages long and attaches literature, timetables and the like from the conference. What you say in your witness statement about this is that it was a given that you would attend this conference. But I think you mentioned earlier that there was also an element of your deployment being extended a little bit at the end that you were happy to go along with. Is that right?
That's correct. When I say it was a given, I don't see the script, but once my continuation of my deployment was settled, by then it was a given, yes.
And you also referred to being determined to go out with a splash. Do you remember saying that in your witness statement?
Perhaps a swan song would be a better term, but yes.
Right. And so you were conscious that this was going to be your last report?
In the absence of any requests for sort of dribbles or rounding up bits and pieces, yes.
And so would it be fair to say that you went to town, you included as much detail as possible for there to be a complete record at the end of your deployment?
While retaining a reasonable restraint over what was not necessary.
Do you recall being provided with a brief for this preparing for power conference by the security services?
I don't know.
Okay. I won't take you to it, but the inquiry has recovered one for this and every year that you attended.
I believe I may have come across it in researching in anticipation of this hearing.
But at the time you don't recall being made aware of it?
No.
You were debriefed by the security service at the end of your deployment, weren't you, including about this conference?
Yes, I was, yes. Can
we have a look, please, at two security service documents? Firstly, UCPI 029255. So that's your B30. And on page 1, the security service recorded a note of a visit by the now Detective Chief Inspector Tony Waite and DI Mike Barber in January 1985. And the security service recorded that the SDS considered you to be the best agent they currently have on their books.
I would put that down to sales talk.
Did anyone tell you that that's how you were regarded as an SDS officer at the time?
I only came across that when the barrister to the Commissioner's legal team produced some documents in anticipation of this inquiry.
If we take that down, please, and put up UCPI 027507, that's your B36. And this HN19 is the note the security service kept, or appear to have kept, insofar as we found one, of your debrief of speaking to them at the end of your deployment. And they describe you at the end of the first paragraph in this way: it was apparent that HN19 had, over the course of the previous 2 years, received a deep insight into their activities. That's the RCP's activities. Do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, there's always more to be discovered, and I don't know if you'll come to it, but I was only briefly a full member, so whether I can be said objectively to have had a deep insight, I wouldn't have gone to the internal policy meetings. Like the other complimentary remark, it's probably reverse sales talk, just a feel-good factor thing.
So do I take from that that you don't feel like you had a deep insight into the group's activities after 2 years?
I felt I'd reported to the best of my ability and objectively on the information that was available to me at the status of a sort of Mr. Nice Guy, do anything sort of character, but I didn't have the full understanding that would have come from attending the internal meetings.
When you speak of sales talk, you've said it twice, going both ways, the SDS speaking to the security service, and in this document, the security service speaking about you. Did you perceive that there was a sort of sales and customer relationship as between the SDS and the security service in that way?
I suppose in one sense they were transactions, although who would be the senior partner or whether it was wheeler dealing, I really couldn't comment.
Did you have any direct contact with them on those sorts of topics with the security service?
Apart from that final debrief, I recall one occasion when the same security service middle manager who debriefed me also visited either the office or one of the safe houses, I don't remember which, to discuss matters of the RCP.
With you directly?
Yes.
Do you remember when during your deployment that was, approximately?
I can't really guess at all. I've only the vaguest recollections. On balance, I think it was at a safe house rather than at the detached office that was used. And I don't even recall what the subject matter was, but I do recall the visit.
And was it a one-on-one discussion with you?
Not closeted away from anybody else. I'm pretty sure that I think it was DCI Waite who was there at the time, but I couldn't be sure on that. Might still have been Mr. Short.
So you and the DCI and the security service representative?
That's the most probable lineup, yes.
Is that, when you say that's the most probable, you don't have a clear recollection, you're supposing?
I do not have an absolutely clear recollection.
I just want to turn now briefly to a couple of examples of reports on individuals and the like connected to the RCP, as we did for the RCP BML. Can I ask, please, UCPI 019656 be put on the screen? It's C69, sir. It's a little fuzzy, but it's a report of the 2nd of November 1983. And we see a rally and a meeting at the House of Commons in connection with the attempted deportation of a woman known as Afia Begum. Do you see that?
I'll be with paragraph 2 at the moment, yes.
Yes. Approximately 100 persons attended, comprising about 40 members or committed supporters of workers against racism, some 40 student sympathisers or members of Asian ethnic minorities, with the remainder being members of Parliament or representatives of the press. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And if we look at paragraph 2, you named the 5 Labour MPs there, including Jeremy Corbyn, who had spoken at the event. Same sort of question as earlier. Why did you include the names of the MPs who spoke in your report?
My answer is similar to the first time. One way would have been just to say a number of MPs, or I could have resorted to some sort of a linguistic contrivance, but at the time I saw that it was actually doing no harm to report on who was there. It wasn't actually, if I remember correctly, it wasn't in any way derogatory of them or, shall we say, unjustified intrusion into an elected representative, although with the passage of time that may seem the case.
So at the time, it didn't strike you that it would be inappropriate to write about the activities of elected members of Parliament?
It didn't seem inappropriate. No, it didn't, no.
And you never received any feedback from it, for example, having submitted these reports
No.
to suggest to you that you shouldn't include them?
No, I did not know.
Can we take that down, please, and look at UCPI 026409? So it's your C106. The 27th of March 1985, a report on a hitherto undocumented member of the RCP, according to paragraph 1. Do you see that?
I see it, yes.
You start setting out paragraph 2, little is known of Privacy's early life, though it is understood that she was brought up in the Privacy or Privacy area. By her own account, she experienced a traditional religious education which progressed to reading for a degree in theology at a university. A fellow student was Privacy, an RCP member who first became involved with the party in April 1983, etc., etc. What did you consider to be the value of reporting on the early life and the education of somebody who was involved with the RCP?
Well, I don't deny that I wrote the report. I think this would come under the general banner of just giving a complete picture, which, in retrospect, doesn't stand up very well.
When you say it doesn't stand up very well, can you explain what you mean?
By present-day standards and societal mores, it would be seen probably as being unjustified and intrusive.
Did you see it in that way then?
No, I did not know.
Did anyone suggest to you at that time that reporting this sort of detail might be overly intrusive?
No, they did not know.
You mention about 2/3 of the way down that paragraph that the subject of the report had moved in with Privacy at his flat at the address in Para 1, an arrangement which can only have been for convenience since Privacy is a committed homosexual. What was the relevance of that information?
I'm not going to claim that I didn't write it. I don't recall the second person who's mentioned there. Again, I have to fall back on saying it was the custom of the time that we would include full details.
So all the details, including personal details about someone's sexuality, were fair to report as far as you were concerned?
I'm reluctant to say yes, but I reported it, so yes, I must have done.
And can we look at a further example, please, if we take that down and turn to UCPI 026432, so C110. This, a report dated the 2nd of April 1985. If we look at paragraph 1, you were reporting on the marriage, of two individuals, one said to be a middle-ranking party member of the RCP,
Yes, I see the text.
and the other of the RCP. Why report on two people getting married?
May I see the rest of the text? Because
Yes.
I won't ask. I won't say why, but it may be relevant. Yeah, the second text. I've just read the first line. Although there is a.
So do you want paragraph 2 enlarged?
Please, that would help.
2 and 3? Thank you.
I was going to say it might have been a marriage of convenience, but here I contradict myself. So.
Yes, I think elsewhere in the papers, I won't bring it up, but there was a request from the Security Service for information on marriages of convenience, but this appears not to be one of those. So why report on a genuine marriage?
I'm not delaying so I can think of what to say, but I think I'm now recalling the individuals. I didn't at first recognise who they were, and if I give myself a few moments, that might help me to give you a fuller answer. I do now recall both those individuals, and as far as anybody knew, including myself, it was a genuine match, and perhaps I shouldn't have reported it.
Can we look at one more example of you reporting on individuals? UCPI 019583, please. It's the 20th of September 1983. C58, thank you, I'm grateful. And here we see this one, HN19, explicitly on its face a response to an inquiry from the security services. Do you see that from the security
Yes, I do,
service? Seeking particulars of a male individual described as an active contact of the RCP.
Yes, I see the full text.
The information you appear to have provided is in paragraph 2, which begins according to a secret and reliable source. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And it says blank, presumably the name, who is a graduate in blank, is involved with blank, the Privacy London branch of the RCP. He shows every indication of being an active homosexual.
Yes, I wrote that.
What was the relevance of his sexuality?
At the time, a request from the security service would elicit a full response, and in retrospect it may well be just seem to be plain wrong, but at the time it was just me giving the full response from what I knew.
Accepting that it seems now to be wrong, at the time, what did you think the relevance was of somebody's sexuality?
I didn't question whether it would or would not be useful to the security service, but I thought it might be. So,
Why might it be?
I don't know. I would have to stretch my imagination and not necessarily come up with a right answer.
Well, you wrote this report, didn't you?
I did, yes.
19. So if anybody knows why you included it, it's you, isn't it?
I wouldn't necessarily know all the reasons that the security service would want to know about the individual. So, if in doubt, and probably not my best decision, I included all the information that I had.
All right. Can I move on now to ask you about something you mentioned in passing earlier, your membership of the RCP, brief
Yes.
membership. Can we start, please, by looking at a security service document, UCPI 029215. It's your B22, sir. And can we look in particular at paragraph 3? This is a visit between the Security Service and the SDS in October 1983, HN19. And there is discussion about you and your suitability for or prospects of becoming a member of the group. Do you see that?
Yes.
David Short welcomed the information and said that HN19 was a somewhat quiet and reserved character There were, however, disadvantages in his becoming a member too soon, and this was one of the reasons why he was holding himself back. As HN19 was notionally a bachelor, as a member he could be directed to another part of the country. David Short also contended that they were able to obtain the information they needed from his present position as a contact. I said there were advantages in his becoming a member, and we agreed, etc., etc. So a discussion about you becoming a member, the security service identifying advantages, David Short identifying disadvantages. Were those advantages and disadvantages discussed with you at any
No,
time?
they were not. I was completely unsighted on this discussion.
Did you yourself identify advantages and disadvantages to membership at that relatively early stage of your deployment into the RCP?
Could you remind me of the date of this one, please?
This is October. I think you first reported on the Preparing for Power conference in the summer of 1983.
At that stage, I was being drawn into a trajectory that would lead to me becoming, however briefly, a member. Just what I considered as advantages and disadvantages, probably less than me just wanting to see what it was like for myself rather than any deep sort of philosophical approach.
When you say you were being drawn into that trajectory, can you explain what you mean, please?
Yes, I was playing an increasing part. Having been in one organisation, I didn't rush to join the second organisation. I took it easy. I mean, preparing for power, sorry, old habit, preparing for power was, shall we say, jumping into the deep end, but it didn't mean sort of instant access to the highest reaches. And I gradually made myself more useful and became available for more paper sales, that sort of thing. So by the time of this discussion, which I didn't know about, I was not inevitably going to become a member, but it was looking that way.
Was it ever suggested to you that the security service saw advantages in you becoming a member?
If that suggestion was made, I have no recollection of it.
Can we take that document down, please, and look now at UCPI 028728? And I understand, sir, that that is at your B8. But is that December 83? It's got June 82. I think I've got that on my phone. Could I just see the date on the bottom of that document, please? Yes, it's just slightly confusing because it's got the wrong date on the index. It is your B8, sir, but it's dated on December 1983. Paragraph 3, please. Another meeting between the Security Service and the SDS, now December 1983, and you had been invited to join the party. David Short is recorded as being delighted with your progress. Is it right that you were invited to join the RCP?
I don't recall anybody saying, we think you're right for us, please apply and we'll admit you, or anything like that.
How did
It was a gradual process. I don't actually recall any of the specific words that were used by comrades to get me to join, or to what extent I pushed myself forward, or to what extent they invited me.
So it's possible that you pushed yourself forward rather than being invited?
I would say that's less likely than being invited, but it's possible.
Why do you say that?
Just my nature and how I felt at the time about it, and some trepidation of becoming fully involved with them, counted against the advantage of being fully involved.
Why trepidation?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but it refers to the advice from a previous special branch officer.
All right, well, I'll assist you so that you don't have to be concerned about names. HN 106 had provided you with some advice, hadn't he?
That was the reference I was looking for. Yes, to sum it up, he said it's not worth it. You'll spend a lot of time on theory and you won't learn much more.
But you rejected that advice.
I was probably just being bloody-minded and wanted to see for myself.
Did you discuss that with your managers at all?
If I did, I don't recall.
So they may or may not have been aware that HM 106 thought it wasn't a terribly good idea?
They may or may not.
you did become a full member, I think, didn't you, by around about the end of 1983, so around about when this note in December records DCI short saying...
It was
you've been
just in
invited.
time to attend an end-of-year conference.
And you say in your witness statement that you went through an induction, but it wasn't too intense. What did it involve?
Very little, really. Standing back, one might think that there'd be all sorts of texts to read and tutorials to attend and perhaps even written tests, whatever, but no, it was just a gradual process of being absorbed more into the work of the party.
So relatively easy to gain membership.
I thought so, surprisingly so.
But you nonetheless tell us in your witness statement that you resigned that membership very soon thereafter.
Yes, a few sort of full-on intense meetings convinced me that that was not the best way of spending my time.
Why?
Because they were highly interested in their own political thoughts. They wouldn't have necessarily have been of any interest to the police or to the security service, and information about on-street activities and possible public disorder were available to me as a willing supporter rather than a full member.
Right, so the sort of information that being a member gave you access to was not the sort of information you were seeking. Is that a fair summary?
It was the sort of information that the security service may have wanted, but I didn't think it was worth the effort involved and the disruption to my real life and so on.
Do you mean disruption to your real life, as in not your cover identity, but your real identity?
My time
Real
away
life.
from being on the SDS.
So it would have required you to spend more time on duty?
That was my expectation, yes.
And so you resigned that membership.
I did.
Did you take that decision yourself or in consultation with your managers?
I seem to recall being worried whether I would be in trouble for taking that rather bold step, because it was a risk that I might have been shown into the outside and rejected from the party activities. But as it turned out, all was well. They were quite happy to keep a willing volunteer.
Right, so a concern that you might fall out of favour with the RCP.
Yes.
What about in terms of your managers? Did they have any reaction to you taking up membership and then resigning it soon afterwards?
I don't recall them either complimenting me on gaining admission or expressing any form of disappointment at me resigning.
You didn't come under suspicion, certainly, at that stage?
Sorry, suspicion of what, by whom?
Sorry, by the RCP?
No. Well, not as I recall, no.
Could we look at briefly at two examples of suspicions? UCPI 029 226 B20. Sir. We need paragraph 6 of the document, please. This is a meeting between the SDS and the Security Service in August of 1983, HN 19. Security Service passed on verbally something indicating that you were well thought of by the RCP, even if blank thinks he is a, quote, funny one, end quote. Was that information passed on to you, that you were well thought of, but someone thought you were a funny one?
If memory serves, yes, it was. And I am pretty sure I fed back to the manager who informed me, who I identified as the person who thought of me as, quote, a funny one.
Okay. And then did that give rise to any concerns for you in terms of whether or not you might fall under suspicion by somebody in your target group?
I made a considered decision that that individual, who was one of the few comrades who I didn't get on particularly well with, just didn't like me.
Can we take that down, please, and have a look at UCPI 029 227. It's the next month, September 1983, so B21. Paragraph 1, Tuesday the 30th of August, the security service officer writing this gisted to Dave Short the main themes of intelligence that he had been shown concerning your progress. The security service officer was not certain that you were the only Malcolm appearing, but there were references to a Malcolm being under the guidance of blank and suggestions that he had petty bourgeois tendencies, and if they were not careful, might go the same way as HN 106. Was this information passed on to you to the best of your recollection?
I'm having difficulty distinguishing it absolutely clearly from the previous one.
They're only a month apart.
Yeah. I can't be at all certain about this. I mean, certainly I accept that there were two instances, but the distinctions between them are not at all clear in my mind. But the outcome of both was the same, that I wasn't sufficiently worried about it to ask to be withdrawn.
So if you had been concerned, might you have asked to be withdrawn?
It would depend how concerned I was.
But there might have been circumstances in which you would have felt it appropriate to go to your managers and ask that your deployment be brought to an end.
All the UCOs were allowed to make such a request if their circumstances were appropriate.
Did somebody tell you that that was the case, or is that your supposition?
I knew it was the case because there was an officer who did that.
I'm going to move on to your arrest whilst you were deployed. You say in your witness statement that during your deployment into the RCP, you were caught bill posting 3 times.
That is correct.
On one occasion, you were alone and no further action was taken. Is that
Correct.
right? On the second occasion, you were with somebody, but you ran away.
That's correct.
And on the third occasion, you were arrested and taken to a police station.
I was.
Can we have a look, please, at UCPI 020176? It's C89, sir. This is a report dated the 14th of September of 1984, and it states itself to be from a secret and reliable source. And it records your arrest,
Yes.
along with 2 women, on the 11th of September at 9:45 p.m.
Correct.
in Elephant and Castle. Do you see that? For
do,
illegal
yes.
bill posting. In your witness statement, you say that you rang into the office as soon as it was open to tell them about your arrest.
Following morning, yes.
Do you recall that clearly?
I'm not blessed with total recall, but it seemed absolutely likely that I did, and I've no cause to doubt that.
Had you been provided with any guidance about how and when to contact the office in the event of arrest?
I don't recall, but I say my instinct was what I did, to ring in the office. Whether that had ever been subject of a formal guidance, I don't know.
This report that's written, it's stamped SDS in the top right-hand corner and declares itself to be from a secret and reliable source. In your witness statement, you suggest that it was compiled by the office rather than by you. Is that right?
I think it's probable that I telephoned the information in, and then they did everything else rather than me write it, and then at some point hand them the text.
So you provided the information and they wrote it down?
Can you give me just a few seconds in case I contradict myself? The balance of probability is that I phoned in the information and they did all the writing.
Did you expect that your arrest would be committed to writing in this way?
I saw no reason why not.
You were cautioned by the police, weren't you, as a result of this arrest?
I was.
And the 2 women were cautioned as well.
They were.
What thought did you give to the fact of giving the police a false name and being cautioned in a false name?
Well, I think you'll also see in my statement that en route to the police station, I tried to negotiate the release of the women with the officer, but he wasn't having any of it. That's about as far as my thought of my was going to say fellow comrade, as far as my thoughts for my comrade went.
I'm asking about you and the thought that you gave to giving the police a false name.
The entire operation was subterfuge, and I didn't see that there's any. Well, clearly there are legal constraints on this, but as part of the way the operation was carried out, I didn't have a problem with doing that.
Right, so it was okay to mislead arresting officers.
It was necessary.
And in terms of accepting a caution, that would have given your cover identity, Malcolm Shearing, a criminal record, wouldn't it?
It would, although the person, of course, was deceased. I doubt if it would ever have got back to him or his family.
But you were content that your accepting of the caution in a false name was creating also a false record on the police national computer?
I wasn't content, but I accepted that it would happen.
Did you think ahead to what you would have done if you were charged with a criminal offence and had to go to court?
I was just relieved that it hadn't got that far. Was even more careful in any subsequent times not to be arrested.
Relieved why?
Because of the obvious complications of of actually being in custody and taken before a court, rather than merely charged. Merely cautioned.
What do you consider to be the obvious complications?
Well, it's a consistent spectrum of the whole idea of deception. I admit and acknowledge that using a false identity and being merely cautioned is a lesser form of actually being put before a court and committing perjury in the court. And it was just a pragmatic sort of compromise.
Right. And would you have given your false name to the court if that had come about?
I don't know, I can only speculate.
Did you consider that it was consistent with your duties as a police officer to mislead the police or possibly mislead a court?
I considered it was consistent with the duty I was performing at that time, yes.
The report on the screen at paragraph 4 describes it as a trivial episode treated as such by Southwark Police and passed without untoward incident. Is that how you viewed it, a trivial episode?
Yes, as previously been discussed, whether or not that I actually composed that script, I have no argument with it.
And that's how your managers viewed it as well, a trivial episode, an arrest like that?
I think if you could think of a speech bubble, it would have been, that wasn't too bad, let's just get on with it.
In your witness statement, you say that you tacitly admitted the offence. What do you mean by that?
I don't know that I used any words to, in effect, plead guilty to the officer.
In order to be cautioned, you had to admit the offence, didn't you?
Thank you for reminding me. I'm rusty on some of the most basics of the legal principles. I'm sure that's correct. So, yes, I must have tacitly admitted to it.
Well, you must have admitted to it, mustn't you, in order to get the caution?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Finally, just looking at the report that's on screen, paragraph 5 says this: it may be of interest to note that in the event of the arrest of its members or supporters, the RCP calls on the services of privacy, party member and employee of Benedict Bernberg, the well-known radical lawyer. What was the relevance of reporting the identity of the lawyers that the RCP members or supporters would call on in the event of arrest?
It wouldn't have been so much the identity of the first point of contact, but the fact that that party member was employed by Bernberg.
So you're saying that it was a party member employed by Bernberg's and that was the relevance of it?
I'm obviously not going to name the person individual, but I can recall clearly who it refers to.
But why would it be of interest at all to the police to know that that's who would be called in the event of arrest?
Well, perhaps that was sloppy reporting on my part. Perhaps I should have missed out the identity of the individual and just referred to the law firm.
But why even the law firm? Why is it of interest to the police to know in advance which law firm might be called by party members in the event of arrest?
Well, I'm in danger here of saying something unprofessional about members of the legal profession, but...
well, what is it that you want to say?
Well, I'm not going to say it, but I think even at Hendon Training School all those decades ago, the name of that particular company had a reputation of not being at all sympathetic to the police, shall I say.
But why is it important for you to report back their involvement, just because they're not sympathetic or viewed as not being sympathetic to the police?
Well, call it peer group loyalty, if you like.
I'm told that that it would be an appropriate time for a break for the witness, and I think we're approaching time for a break for a stenographer. I'm afraid I'm not finished, so I will have some time to go after that break.
I appreciate that. We will break for 15 minutes. That's okay. Yeah, right.
Thank you, sir. HN 19, you, in addition to your own arrest, you became aware, did you not, that your fellow undercover officer HN 12 had been arrested whilst undercover? If you need to look at the cipher list, do.
I'm aware of who you mean, yes.
How did you become aware of his arrest?
If memory serves, and I think it does, it was a routine admin meeting at one of the safe houses, and I think it was Mr. Short said something along the lines of, quoted the name, was arrested last night, and he'll give us a few words as to how it went. Something like that. That's not verbatim, but it was something like that.
All right, so in front of all of the other undercover officers at a safe house meeting?
It was in effect a small presentation by HN12, yes.
And invited by DCI Short?
If I recall it correctly, I think I do.
So, in terms of how it was presented to you, was it presented to you as learn from this and don't get arrested yourselves? Or was it, this is how to deal with it if you're arrested? Can you give us a flavour of how it was presented to you?
I think it was, I don't know with any accuracy what the precise purpose of this, I'll call it a presentation, was, but I think it was meant not light-hearted, but not terribly, terribly seriously. I do recall the officer's line, first opening line was something like, I was deep behind enemy lines when, and so on, as if sort of making light of it, as if it was just a sort of fictional war story.
Right, so a little bit like the report we saw of your arrest, described as a trivial episode, a similar sort of idea.
But some similarities in the attitude, yes.
And your understanding, I think, was that this was an arrest for a minor public order offence, is that right?
You're referring to HN12?
Yes.
I think it may have been like my own for fly posting, but I'm not at all sure on that.
Unlike you, you understood that HN12 had been to court, didn't you?
That was part of his presentation, yes.
And did you understand that when he went to court, he gave his cover identity rather than his real identity to the court?
I don't recall realising that at the time. I probably read something to that effect since, but not at the time.
Was there any consideration when he was giving his presentation, as invited to do, of the fact that that would involve perjuring himself?
I doubt if anything was said that would involve perjury or a reference to it or a similar terminology.
Any discussion at all about whether giving a false name to a court was something to be avoided or discouraged or anything of that nature?
Not that I recall, no.
Any suggestion that it was just fine, it was okay? Did you get the impression that that was seen as part of the job?
That would have been a little flippant, and I don't think that was the attitude. It was, if I can sort of characterise the general sort of atmosphere of the presentation and Mr. Short's attitude to it, it was, well, this is what's happened. Let's all be really careful and make sure it doesn't happen again.
You also speak in your statement of coming to know that HN12 had been compromised during his deployment.
That's correct.
And you describe having a drink, or taking him for a drink, or going for a drink to discuss.
We met for a drink, yes.
Were you aware at the time that you met him for a drink that there had been some suggestion that his compromise had come about partly as a result of him drinking alcohol?
No, he wasn't. I've obviously read a lot since then, but at the time I was completely unsighted on that.
You say in your witness statement that when you spoke to HN12, you don't think it did any good. Can I just explore that with you? First of all, how did you come to meet with HN12? Was that organised personally between the two of you or through some other way?
It was a personal initiative by myself. I don't recall the mechanism. I may well have had his home telephone number. This was before mobile phones, of course.
But you're at your initiative?
At my initiative, yeah.
And why did you think that meeting him might be a good idea?
Well, I was, if not the longest serving officer on the squad at the time, certainly towards that end, and I just felt there was a certain, not compulsion, but, well, perhaps compulsion, that I should take an interest and just let him offload his woes on me.
So you perceived that he might need to offload his woes on someone?
Perhaps that's a slight exaggeration, but certainly I thought it might help him to share, even if I couldn't make any constructive suggestions.
How did he seem when you spoke to him?
I've no abiding clear recollection. no exaggerated behaviour, and no suggestion that he had a problem with alcohol.
Were you conscious of any similar sort of approach being made to him by any of the managers to meet him and discuss with him?
No, I assumed that as part of the overall sort of care package, for want of a better term, that he would have had a liaison with the senior staff. This was just a sort of an additional extra, so something which I was almost embarrassed to think, well, I suppose I ought to do something.
And just going back to my original question, you said in your statement that you didn't think it did any good. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Well, I think the officer's subsequent history speaks for itself. I doubt if having a few words with me over a pint did any good at all.
Did those few words over a pint include HN12 mentioning anything about sexual relations with a woman whilst he was undercover?
Not at all, no.
Did you become aware of that at any stage prior to this inquiry?
Not prior to this inquiry.
How common was it for undercover officers to meet over a drink in the pub to discuss sort of welfare issues or seek support from one another?
There was no regular pattern. Sometimes in, shall we say, a perfectly straight conventional week, the meetings at the safe houses would take place. They wouldn't take very long. It would be purely admin or paying of expenses. On other occasions, there might be somebody shouted a can or two of beer. On other occasions, we might meet up, or some of us might meet up before the admin meeting, or possibly linger afterwards for a drink. I say there was no set pattern at all.
All right, but if not a set pattern, some regularity to the social aspect of you all meeting up?
There was certainly a social aspect, yes.
And during those occasions, did you share with each other information about what was going on in your undercover deployments?
Again, I'm in danger of sounding repetitive, but some officers might want to tell a lot about what they've been up to. Others might not want to tell anything. Rather like amongst people generally, some tell you their life story and others hardly ever tell you anything. It's, I say, no particular pattern that I could recall.
But some officers would disclose information, details about their undercover deployments whilst socialising.
Yes, I can't remember specific instances, but it's entirely reasonable suggestion.
I think in your witness statement, when you refer to the twice weekly meetings, you say that you didn't keep your deployments closely guarded to your chests when around each other. Is that a fair way of summing up the attitude as between undercover officers?
Yes, it may seem contrary to all sorts of good security practices, but we weren't particularly secretive about what we were up to, or so I thought at the time. I mean, there may have been all sorts of things going on, but I didn't know because it wasn't raised.
And so when you say you weren't particularly secretive, did you learn, for example, from other undercover officers? I'm not going to ask you to name anybody or identify them at the moment, but would you learn, for example, about the groups into which they were deployed?
I think that was fairly common knowledge. Obviously, I can't remember who was in what with any precision now, but at the time, I imagine I would have been able to tell somebody asking exactly which groups my colleagues were in.
And was there talk of particular, perhaps prominent individuals in the context of an individual's deployment? So might you, for example, have said, at the moment, I'm going to use a word that, assuming you might use it, I'm cultivating Tom Graham, or he's cultivating me, so that I can get closer to the PBML.
I doubt if, just speaking for myself, if I would have named any of my comrades.
Did others name people to whom they were becoming close or with whom they were communicating in their undercover identity?
There were rare instances of somebody actually naming one of their comrades, but usually when they were well known in the popular press anyway.
All right, but they would have been named by another undercover officer to say, in the course of their deployment, they were in contact with X.
X being not another undercover officer, but X being...
Yes, sorry, X being someone in their target group.
Correct, yes.
Say that, use that terminology. And you describe in your statement also, Detective Chief Inspector Short, having you give presentations or mini lectures about your deployments at the meetings. Correct. Was that structured in that every officer had to give a presentation, or was it less structured than that?
It was an initiative, and given there was usually about a dozen of us, I don't know if all 12 of us ever got round to it, but it was something that Mr. Short encouraged.
And those presentations, what aspects of the undercover deployment of an officer were usually presented at those?
It would usually be the sort of thing that you'd find in Wikipedia these days, sort of a brief rundown of where they came from, what they were up to, and perhaps some opinions.
Sorry, so what the undercover officer was up to?
No, what the group was up to.
Understood. So what the group was about, what it was up to?
Yes.
And anything about prominent individuals?
Say again?
Any detail about prominent individuals?
Not that I recall, but it's entirely possible.
You describe these as that they might well have been within the earshot of management, these sorts of discussions. Can you recall management being present for those presentations?
I don't have a clear recollection, but I'm not going to deny that it might well have been so, yes. I mean, as Mr. Short motivated them, I would expect if he had his number two, they would have sat in as well.
And the less structured discussions, so maybe the socialising aspect where officers might have told you about their deployments, did managers come to those? Any of the management team?
Again, there was no fixed excuse me, there was no fixed pattern. I appreciate that the inquiry will be keen to establish just how management and field officers related to each other, but although clearly there was a distinction, because some were out in the field and some were admin in the office, but the distinction wasn't that clear. There was lots of interchange just on a general conversational level. It wasn't them and us.
So no divide as such?
I couldn't say
depending
no
on the
divide, but certainly not a marked divide.
You mention in your witness statement one or two visits you recall from Kenneth Newman. Is that to the safe house, to the SDS safe house, to the meeting?
I recall one visit by Sir Kenneth to one of the safe houses, but there may have been more that I can't recall, but certainly one.
And in your statement, you suggest that each of the officers gave him a 2-minute rundown. Is that right, of the deployment?
It was something like a 2-minute rundown, yes. I mean, I'm not trying to sort of paint it in comic opera terms, but we more or less lined up and had her 2 minutes with the Commissioner, and then it was the next one on.
And so give us an idea, with your 2 minutes with the Commissioner, what would you have said about your deployment, for example?
Well, it was the RCP at the time. I think he'd done some pre-reading, and he asked me about the Irish Freedom Movement, which was, in effect, just the RCP doing their Irish initiative. And I think he may have said something similar about Workers Against Racism, which similarly was more or less the RCP in their race initiative.
Right, so it was clear to you from the manner in which he asked you questions that he already knew something about what you were doing in the field. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair comment.
You also recall visits, I think, from the head of Special Branch and from an assistant commissioner during the course of your deployment. It might assist if we bring up your witness statement. It's 0747710. And can we please have page 80 on the screen? And this is what we've just been going through, but just to refresh your memory, HN19. So Sir Kenneth Newman came to the safe house, the 2-minute rundown, and then the then head of Special Branch and Assistant Commissioner who visited Vincent Square. You say you were present on that visit with another field officer, which may have been Roger Pearce. It was a familiarisation visit. I have no recollection of when the visits were or what the content was, but we, the field officers, were exhibits. That last visit you refer to, the familiarisation visit, as you call it, when Roger Pearce was present, did you speak to the Assistant Commissioner? Do you remember that?
Would that be Mr. Lyon?
I assume from your statement, yes.
Yes, I did speak to him. I recall it clearly because I made an unfortunate joke about the Welsh and he had been in the Welsh Guards.
So you recall speaking to him?
I did, yes.
Did you speak to him about the nature of your deployment or of any of the other SDS deployments?
It's entirely possible that I did, but I don't specifically recall it.
And do you recall whether he, like Sir Kenneth Newman, appeared to know something about the nature of SDS deployments when you spoke to him?
I don't recall any of his input in the discussions or conversation.
All right, so I'm going to move on now, HN 19, to ask you some questions about mentoring other officers after your deployment. When you were sent a request to give a witness statement, you were provided with a number of documents dating from the early 1990s, which recorded that you were proposed as a mentor in a fledgling scheme and selected for attendance at a psychological debriefing or counselling course. Do you remember being shown those documents?
I remember being shown the documents, yeah.
And I think you said in your statement you don't recall ever being aware of those at the time or of attending the courses referred to in there.
I'm entirely confident that although I may have been proposed for the course, I did not attend it.
Did you attend any course or were you given any guidance before becoming a mentor?
No.
You describe the role in your witness statement as a listener-type role and
Yes.
say that it was all very informal. Is that accurate?
It's really similar to my not particularly successful discussion with HN12 that we referred to a few minutes ago. I don't know what use the two officers that I spent time with may have derived from our meetings. It was essentially a sharing situation, and it might have helped them, I don't know.
One of the officers you acted as a mentor to is known to the inquiry as HN 122. Are you familiar with who
I
I'm
catch the
referring
reference,
to?
yes.
That officer deployed into the RCP for the first part of his deployment beginning in 1991. So when you mentored him, I think it would have been around the time of his deployment into the RCP. Does that ring any bells?
That's consistent, but it doesn't actually ring a bell.
He has told the inquiry in his witness statement that he chose you as his mentor, knowing that you had previously deployed into the same group. Were you aware of that?
I don't think I was aware of it at the time, or if I was, I've forgotten, but I have read about it recently in the current context.
Can we bring up, I want to ask you about one particular thing he says about you, his witness statement. So I'm afraid it's not in your bundle, but on the screen, MPS 0747709. And can we turn to page 5? Should be paragraph 12. Yes, thank you. This is the witness statement given to the inquiry by HN 122. Do you follow HN 19?
I have it now, yes.
And he is in the second half of the paragraph, or perhaps the last 2/3. It begins, even then, there was an appreciation in MPSB generally that a previous deployment with the SDS affected officers returning to normal branch duties. If nothing else, they displayed a lot of self-confidence, which could manifest itself in unusual ways. HN 19 returned from what I later learned had been his UCO deployment to C Squad and hung a framed version of Commissioner Newman's Principles of Policing above his desk. His colleagues found this difficult to understand, but apparently he intended it as a form of practical joke. Did you, well, first of all, I think we know from your statement that sometime after your undercover deployment, you did return to work on C Squad.
That's correct.
When you did so, did you hang a framed version of Commissioner Newman's Principles of Policing above your desk?
I've no recollection. The only reference I've had that is quite recently in counsel to the coordinating group for the non-state, non-police core participants, which was this text that you've just displayed to me. It's entirely possible that I would have made a framed copy and put it on the wall above my desk.
Right, and why would you have done that?
Well, why would I not? It was a worthy and sincere message from the man at the top. And I say I have no recollection of doing it, but certainly no reason why I shouldn't have done it.
Did you regard it as a joke?
I can only speculate on this because I haven't seen the precise wording of the officer who has made this suggestion. I think it more than likely that this was me wishing to avoid appearing sanctimonious or preachy and saying something jocular about it, but whether I actually said, oh, it's just a practical joke, I doubt that very much.
How did you then regard Commissioner Newman's Principles of Policing?
Well, I still have my copy. Doesn't mean I frequently go to read it, but if I just repeat my words, it was a worthy and sincere message from the man at the top. The only negative feedback, generally, was that perhaps it was a little longer and more detailed than it needed to be.
Did you have any sense, as an SDS officer, that you were bound by or should conduct yourself according to those principles? Or did you consider yourself apart from that sort of policing whilst you were undercover?
I didn't consider myself apart. I appreciate that some of the stratagems that we involved might have seemed to be at variance with those principles. At the risk of resorting to pragmatism, pragmatically, we just got on with the job and hopefully remained as far as possible within the principles.
Can I turn then, if we take that down, please, to a final topic, and that arises from the first witness statement that you gave to this inquiry in 2018. It's MPS 0731969. It's your A1, sir. I'm going to ask you about this witness statement, and then after we've gone through some of the detail, I'll go back as to how it came about. But if we can just focus on the content to start with. Can we turn, please, to page 7? And under the heading First Conversation with HN67 about the female, what you told the inquiry in this witness statement in 2018 was that you had been told by HN67 that he had fathered a child. And that was in his undercover identity, wasn't it?
And just forgive me if I slow this down. This is a conversation with HN67 about the female.
Yes. And I'm just looking at the second line of paragraph 19. I was told by HN67 that he had fathered a child.
Well, certainly HN67 did tell me that he had fathered a child. No, let me be absolutely precise. He told me that he had got a female comrade pregnant and she intended to have the baby. And from circumstantial circumstances, both before and after that revelation, I believe that she did have the baby.
Let's look at, I think, what you're referring to by the circumstantial evidence. But before we do, your guess in your witness statement was that the conversation you had with HN67, the first conversation, would have been around late summer 1983.
It would have been around the current time of the year now, or possibly August.
And how confident are you in that time, it being during that time period?
For circumstances in my own life, which I think would fall within something that needs to be redacted, I'm pretty confident that it was then, yes.
So you can remember by reference to something to do with your own real life. All right. If we then go back to the circumstances leading to that conversation, can we go back, please, in your witness statement to page 6? And I will just, I'm just putting it on the screen to help you to assist to refresh your memory, but I'll ask you some questions apart from it. Is it a fair summary that you, before that conversation with HN67, you recall encountering a female, a woman who you associated with the Socialist Workers' Party, the SWP, outside Brixton Underground Station?
That is correct.
And you knew at the time, did you, that HN67 was deployed into the SWP?
Yes, I did.
And for just to anchor ourselves in time, we know that he deployed to the Brixton SWP sometime in 1982.
Yes.
And can you just explain the encounter with this woman outside Brixton Underground Station that you recall?
Yes. I mean, do you want to lead me in further, or shall I just take it from here?
Well, can you tell us what you recall?
Very well. It was a Saturday morning. One of my regular Saturday morning jobs in character was to sell copies of my organisation's paper to passing members of the public. On the Saturday in question, there were 4, possibly 5 people selling Socialist Worker, the paper of the Socialist Worker. Amongst them was HN67, who was standing next to a woman of roughly the same sort of age, possibly a little younger. There were no obvious public display of affection, but they were chatting occasionally, having a bit of a laugh. Partway through the morning, the woman approached me and bought one of my papers, and I was very aware that she had a very distinctive speaking voice. It was a low register for a woman. The words I would use would be gruff, rasping, hoarse. I don't know that gravelly has any sort of connotations, but anyway, very distinctive in that's at least 4 adjectives. She went back to her comrades, and for the time being, that was it. I gave it no further thought.
And between that encounter and what you've described as your first conversation with HN67, when he told you that he'd made a woman pregnant, did you see that woman again?
No, I did not. No.
Did you have any cause to remember her again? Between the
not between that first sight and the conversation with 67.
Did you in fact see the woman again?
I saw her again, and do you want the full version of this, or will you lead me?
Yes, please tell us what you recall.
Yes, I saw her again. It may have been late in 83, it may have been early in 84, but some months later, I attended a demonstration and march in London, the subject of which has totally escaped me, doesn't really relevant. I was heading for the assembly point, in fact I was at the assembly point, when I heard that distinctive voice, which I'd previously heard in Brixton, looked over to my left, saw the woman in profile, recognised her, and when I say recognised, we didn't make eye contact, she was unaware of me, HN67 wasn't there. She was straightening up from a stooping position, having picked up a placard, and strapped to her back in a sling was a baby.
And did you form any impression of how old the baby was, approximately?
I can't claim expert sort of infantile medical knowledge, but the size and general appearance of the baby was such that I didn't think you shouldn't be out with a newborn like that, and I didn't think, heavens, that's a big baby to be carrying around, so I don't know how old.
Measured in months rather than years? Or weeks rather than months?
Undecided between weeks and months, I would say. And so I just through the pressure of the crowd, the way we were moving, I followed them for a few yards, but I made no attempt to introduce myself. I saw no reason for that, and I think it was then that I recognised my own comrades and peeled off, and that was the end of it.
Can I come back to the first conversation you had with HN67?
Yes.
Now that you've given us the context, and can we look, please, at page 8 of your witness statement, paragraph 21? Right, I think here you're describing the circumstances leading up to HN67 telling you that he had made a woman pregnant. Yeah. And you say, when an attractive barmaid walked across our field of view as an attempt at laddish humour, I said something like, and there's a redaction, and at this point HN67 made a comment to the effect that he needed to get a vasectomy.
That is correct, yes.
Putting to one side exactly what you said, the description of it was laddish humour, and HN67's response was to the effect that he needed to get a vasectomy. Was that sort of standard interaction, if I can put it that way, at the pub between SDS undercover officers at that time?
It was so the opposite of standard interaction that, no, it was just, I mean, if I can use one word to describe my reaction, it was dumbfounded. Sorry,
I'm not talking about the disclosure that he made to you. I'm simply initially talking about the exchange of laddish humour, as you call it there.
I would say that the general level of conversation was neither conspicuously bawdy nor conspicuously prim, probably typical of men at that time in society.
Typical, in your experience, of men in the SDS at that time?
Yes, as I say, just reflected the wider society.
His response thereafter was that he, as far as he knew, you say in your statement, he had made a comrade had become pregnant by him. He volunteered the information to you. So you had said nothing more than the original humorous remark, is that right?
No, I didn't in any way pose a question to him. I was just trying to be a bit smart, and probably not in the best of taste, but
And how, when he delivered that information to you, in what manner did he deliver it? As if it was a secret, or as if it was just information as he might deliver the sun was shining outside? Can you give us an idea?
I would say he blurted it out.
Did he seem himself, in terms of his mood or his demeanour, upset or nervous or any of those things?
I was so astounded that impressions of his mood didn't really impinge on me.
Your mood was?
As I say, dumbfounded. Conversation did not flow easily. Obviously, I did ask some questions, but I think that, as I think I said in the statement, I was really stuck for something to say. So I asked him if, by any chance, the woman in question was identical with the woman that I'd briefly met at Brixton. And
what caused you to ask that question?
As I say, I was casting around for something that wouldn't focus on the bigger questions. It's, if you like, a sort of a conversational desperation.
And he confirmed, did he, that it was that woman?
He did, yes.
And how did he go about that? Because you say he responded to the effect of yes in your witness statement.
I really don't recall, but he may well have just said yes, she was, or yes, she was.
When he told you this news, what was your... you've told us that your immediate reaction was you were astounded or dumbfounded. Once you had had some conversation with him, did you think more on the topic?
There was very little conversation. On my part, there was obviously extreme things I could have said, but wouldn't have served any useful purpose.
And what sort of extreme things might you have said that you chose not to say?
Well, at loud volume, I might well have said, "What on earth were you thinking?"
But you didn't say that?
I did not say that, no.
Why did you not say that?
Possibly natural inhibition, and still... I don't know what the correct definition of shock is. I'm not going to say I was shocked, but I was having problems ordering my thoughts in order to both remain civil and constructive and not say anything completely outrageous.
According to your witness statement, a bit further down, paragraph 21 on the page, you say that you asked him if an abortion was on the cards, and he said words to the effect of, no, she's an independent woman and she wants to have the baby.
That is correct.
How confident are you in your recollection of this part of the conversation?
Admittedly, after almost 40 years, it's suggested, but I am confident that that was how the conversation went.
And then you say you asked him what would happen at the end of his deployment, and he said something to the effect that it was relatively uncomplicated, as she was financially secure, having received an insurance payout following involvement in an accident.
That is correct.
Again, are you confident about that detail?
I'm confident that that's what he said. Whether it was an accurate reflection of the situation, I can't say.
When you asked what would happen at the end of the deployment, what sort of information were you trying to get at? What was your thinking?
I don't know that my thinking was necessarily that rational. I say I was still in, I suppose I can use the word shock, a state of utter confusion.
Were you thinking, for example, there's a woman out there who's never going to know the true identity of the father of her child, and that's not a good thing?
I don't think I thought that at the time. Clearly, that's been one of my many thoughts in the years since, but I don't think I thought it at the time. Probably more like the case of the officer will have to leave his child behind.
So your assumption on the spot was that this child would also never know who his or her real father was?
Insofar as I gave it rational thought, yes.
Did you think about it in, perhaps not in the moment, but in the days, weeks and months that followed?
My reaction to it, and I may be condemned for saying this, just knowing gave me a vicarious sense of involvement, and I was extremely uneasy about it. And if you could sum it up in a few words, I felt the less I knew about it, the better. And
so you wanted to know as little as possible?
That is correct.
Did you consider telling any of your other undercover colleagues about what HN67 had told you?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I thought it was entirely a matter for him. It was a huge problem, but I didn't think that it would serve any useful purpose to spread it around.
Did you think about reporting it to anyone in the management chain, the detective chief inspector or detective inspector, for example?
If the thought crossed my mind, I'm sure I dismissed it because I didn't do that.
Why did you dismiss it?
Again, this was my gut reaction that it was just such a contentious mess that I didn't want any form of involvement with it.
Did you consider that what HN67 had done on the face of it was a disciplinary matter?
That would have been the least of my considerations, considering the magnitude of the situation overall.
Did you consider it important to ensure that other officers that might come after you were warned of these sorts of incidents potentially occurring so that they could be guided away from it?
That advisory role did not occur to me at all, no.
What about when you were mentoring, for example? Did it occur to you then that you might want to pass on a cautionary tale and say, don't do this?
It was my assessment of the two officers that I mentored that wouldn't be necessary.
Did you ever say to HN67 at any point, if not in that moment, what on earth do you think you've done? Or words to that effect?
I never raised the subject with him again.
I think you say in your witness statement that he raised the subject with you. You refer to a second conversation with him.
He made a casual observation. I can't say precisely when it was, but it would have been after I saw the woman at the demonstration in London, because I do recall saying, "Oh, I saw so-and-so," but I didn't say anything because it would have involved me further in this, contentious mess.
Right, so can you be a bit more precise about the nature of the conversation that you had, the second conversation as you referred
Yes,
to?
we were just loosely talking about our forthcoming agendas. I don't remember what mine was. He said he had a large meeting or conference of the Socialist Workers' Party, and it would be awkward because of the woman and child. Most of what I say is not verbatim, but I do recall clearly he said the woman and child. He said child rather than baby.
And his concern was that it would be awkward.
I didn't pursue that, in which way. Awkward could have been all sorts of things, but I didn't pursue it further.
Fine. His first reaction, just looking back at paragraph 21, was that it was relatively uncomplicated because the woman was financially secure.
I don't know about uncomplicated. I think he said something like, well, at least she's financially secure.
Right, so his main concern appeared to be her financial situation rather than the fact that she would never, should she choose to in the future, be able to figure out who the father to her child was.
It was certainly a concern. What his attitude was to the emotional and moral aspects, I don't know.
So he didn't say anything to you that gave you the impression that he was concerned about the ethical aspects of what had happened?
No, I say it was a very stilted conversation.
You also say in your witness statement, you refer to another officer, HN83.
I've kept the reference, yes.
Real and cover name restriction, so I'm not
Yes.
going to ask you any more questions
I understand.
about HN83, save insofar as it's covered in your statement. But you say that you had a conversation with him that is relevant to this topic. Can you explain what you recall?
Yes, if I wander over into the area where I shouldn't be talking, please shut me down very quickly. It was right at the end of my deployment. We were discussing my adjustment to normal office routines and work practices, and then without my mentioning 67 or any form of prompt, he made a reference to HN67 having to deal with leaving a child behind when he left the field.
Could you tell me in what context? I think in your statement you refer to HN83 giving you a lift home.
That's correct.
When this conversation occurred.
Correct.
So in a car?
Yes.
Or vehicle. Was it just the two of you?
The conversation didn't take place in the car, it took place in the pub.
The conversation took place in the pub.
A busy, crowded pub.
And were there other either current or former or about to be SDS undercover officers in the pub with you?
No, not at all.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
Any
And
managers?
many members of the public.
And so in the context of that pub, he said to you that HN67 would be leaving a child behind?
Yes.
How did you react when he said that?
I can appreciate that it would be useful to the inquiry if I'd asked all sorts of questions, but I was still in the mindset of just not wanting to know any more at all, so I said something non-committal and didn't develop the conversation any further.
Did you gain any impression from HM83 and the way he told you this information about whether he thought you would be surprised by it?
I don't know how safe it is to try and mine the nuances of a conversation from that long ago, but my impression was that he just said it without any particular ceremony or any particular mood. I was actually overwhelmed is an exaggeration, but I recall it particularly because it was the first indication I had that somebody other than 67 and myself were aware of the situation.
Did HN83 express any view on the morality of the situation?
No, I didn't actually shut the conversation down, but I can't remember what I said, but something non-committal, and we got on to other topics.
Did the learning that somebody else knew the information prompt you to revisit whether or not you should speak to a manager about what happened?
No, it did not, no.
Why not?
Well, it's probably not the best of motives, but again, I still thought the whole thing was such a mess that I just wanted to be away from it and not get involved in anything. I also thought that possibly if HN53 knew about it, it might be much more generally known and might come to light anyway without me sticking my nose in.
Oh, sorry, I'm just being told, I didn't pick up on it, but I understand that you referred to 53. Did you mean to refer to 83?
If I said 53, that was a horrible slip of the tongue. I'm pretty sure I said 83 at every time.
Fine. I'm just clarifying
No,
if there's an error
I mean,
on the transcript.
We're definitely talking about 83. I've no idea who
Thank you.
53 is without looking at the list.
Thank you.
If it's of any assistance, I thought I heard 83,
Oh,
not
thank you.
53.
Okay. Did you give any consideration to how your managers might react if they were told the information that HN67 had shared with you?
Again, it doesn't cast me in a very good light, but no, I didn't.
In your witness statement, you express yourself as being certain as to the contents of your conversation with HN67 when he revealed that he had fathered a child.
That he had made a woman pregnant. Yeah, yeah.
Do you remain certain now?
The only possible explanation, other than that he fathered a child with the woman, I included in my statement. It could, if anything is possible in absolute terms, I suppose it's just within the bounds of possibility that he may have sought some form of personal gratification from making a false confession to something that he hadn't done, and maintain it. But that's just so far off the scale that I wouldn't give that any realistic consideration.
Right, so do you have any reason to believe that that's what he was doing?
No, not at all.
Is there any possibility, sorry, I should say this, you appear to be someone who's followed the course of this inquiry. Are you aware that HN67 has denied that he...
I am aware of his denial, yes.
Does that shake your level of certainty in your recollection of your conversation with him?
No, it does not. I wish I could say otherwise, but no.
Do you know that he has admitted to having a one-night stand? That was the term recorded that he used with a woman towards the end of his deployment.
I have read just about everything that the inquiry has published, and I'm sure I read that somewhere.
Is it possible that the conversation you had with him has been misremembered and that he was speculating about the risk or the possibility of a pregnancy rather than a pregnancy that had already happened, as it were, that was already underway?
I think that's a speculation too far. I could be wrong, but I really, truly doubt that.
How certain are you about the conversation you had with HN83?
I have given this a great deal of thought, and it's exactly as I put in the statement.
You are aware, are you, that HN 83 has denied ever knowing or hearing anything about
I am aware
HN
of that,
67
yes.
making a woman pregnant? Does that shake your confidence in your recollection at all?
No, it does not, no.
Can you think of any reason why HN 83 might deny that conversation if you're telling the truth about it?
Well, if I may sort of almost bite back, it's not if I'm telling the truth, I am telling the truth. I can't imagine. I know 83 was in a particularly stressful deployment. It was 40 years ago. It may simply be a failure of his recollection.
Was it any part of the culture of the SDS and the Metropolitan Police Service more widely to, as it were, cover for officers if they had done something wrong so that they wouldn't get into trouble? Was that anything you experienced within the police?
Not if it would involve perjury or criminality on the part of the officer who was doing the covering.
But if it didn't, that might be something that you would expect a fellow police officer would be willing to do.
I think in many working environments, if I can use a colloquial expression, just cover your back, or we've got your back, would apply.
Can I ask you about another aspect of your first witness statement, and that's the presentation you recall at a security services venue?
Yes.
You recall it happening soon after your deployment ended in 1985 in your witness statement.
Yes, I was using up accumulated leave, so I was still on the books as an SDS officer, but I had completely left my comrades in the field.
Right, so you're confident about that time period, that it was in that time period, are you?
It would have been October or November.
You describe in your witness statement Detective Chief Inspector Tony Waite making what you describe as a light-hearted introduction, which included a comment to the effect that one of our animal people had been involved in a pregnancy scare, but the fact of the child being mixed race ruled out the officer entirely. How confident are you in your recollection of the comment of that comment being made by Tony Waite?
Totally competent.
You say in your witness statement, you refer to it as a light-hearted introduction.
It was a feeble, not very tasteful joke, but I didn't relate it to reality. I was aware of who were the officers in the animals field of activity, and it never occurred to me, although history has proved different, it never occurred to me at the time that it could actually be some sort of reference to what was actually happening.
So you didn't link it to reality, you said?
No, I did not.
The officers in the animal rights field at the time you ended your deployment were Mike Chitty, HN11.
I remember Mike, yes.
And Robert, known as Bob Lambert, HN10.
That's correct.
Both of those officers have since admitted to having sexual relationships with women whilst undercover. Are you saying that you had no idea about that at the time?
I was completely unsighted about any form of sexual relationship except that of HN67.
Or the fact that Robert Lambert had himself made a woman pregnant and a child had been born?
I was, again, completely unsighted. I know from reading that that child was born around about September 1985, which is just about the time I was easing out. So there would have been 9 months where, if somebody had known about it, well, 9 months were up for sort of when I might have known, but I didn't, just no inkling until.
All right, but that was around the same time that Tony Waite made this comment. That's what you're saying.
If I can get the sequence correct, this comment by Mr. Waite would have been after the birth of that child.
Was this sort of comment typical of how Tony Waite spoke? You say it was a sort of feeble joke as an introduction. Were you surprised at him speaking in this way? Or
I was surprised, yes. I hope I didn't show surprise at the time, but I did think it was, again, feeble and in poor taste.
Given that he had mentioned the possibility, at least, of an undercover officer making a woman pregnant whilst undercover, did this not prompt you to approach him to tell him what you had been told by HN67?
No, perhaps it should, but it didn't.
You may or may not be aware that Tony Waite has told the inquiry in his witness statement that he doesn't recall making a comment of that sort.
It was a long time ago.
Does that cause you to reflect on your recollection and whether or not your recollection is accurate?
I'm not reconsidering the truth of what I said.
Can I ask us we please look now at some notes made by officers from Operation Hearn in 2013 when they spoke to you. It's MPS 0735873 and it's B42, sir. And so that we can see at the top, it's an interview with you, Monday the 2nd of December 2013, and with police officers, all right? So you were spoken to. Do you recall being spoken to in 2013?
Well, until we go through this, I don't recall the specifics, but certainly I was interviewed by officers from Operation Hearn.
All right. Can we turn, I want to ask you particularly about something on page 2 that's recorded. The second paragraph on page 2. Oh, sorry, it will be page 3 because there's a cover sheet. My fault, sorry. Can we go, are we able to go to page 3? All right, you are recorded by Operation Hearn as having said this. He, that's you, did not have sexual relationships whilst in the field. As he stated, he was newlywed and he did not find any of the women in the organisation attractive, and there was the AIDS epidemic which became prominent at the time, and I asked you about that earlier. It goes on, he was also unaware of any other relationships apart from the earlier comment from Tony Waite, which you had told the Operation Hearn officers about. So you appear to have told Operation Hearn that you were unaware of any relationships when you spoke to them in 2013. Do you accept that you did not tell them at that stage anything about HN67 having told you that he had made a woman pregnant?
If memory serves, and I think it does, and this doesn't reflect very well on me, but I think I managed to steer the conversation away from the point of interest, and I said something to the effect of, I didn't even know about Bob Lambert at the time, and they didn't pursue it further.
If what you're telling the inquiry is true about your conversation with HN67, why not tell Operation Hearn in 2013?
I, at no stage, relished the prospect of becoming a whistleblower. I'm not enjoying it now, and I hadn't, at the time, decided whether to accept Operation Hearn as an open invitation to tell everything. You could say that I'd almost proactively decided to lie by omission.
Is that what you did?
In effect, yes, at that stage. But once the public inquiry got underway and I saw the issues list, I knew that I would be asked a direct question about what I knew about my contemporaries, and I decided the time had come to tell everything.
So would it be fair to summarise your attitude as if nobody asked me the direct question, I'm not going to tell?
At the time, that would be correct, yes.
Reflecting on that, do you see any ethical issues with taking that approach?
Of course, yes, I was wrong.
If we just move to the later information that you gave, please. In 2018, you were spoken to by Operation Motion, which was a team of police officers in connection with this inquiry, not part of the inquiry,
No, I understand.
but on behalf of the Commissioner. MPS 0739129, please. So I think you will have this at B43. And can we turn to page 3, please? Right, at the top in italics, although it's contained within a different document, that is a quote from what's referred to as the contact note from Operation Motion officers.
I'm just reading it. That would be, in effect, the turning point when I decided that I needed to tell everything.
If we look at what you said, what you told Operation Motion was that you'd seen HN67 in the company of a woman, and you'd seen the woman again at a later date carrying a baby. That's what you've told us today. And then you said according to this record, that due to other information you were subsequently privy to and had not disclosed to date, much of which is hearsay, you had a reasonable supposition that HN67 was in a relationship with the woman and was the baby's father. Do you see?
I see the highlighted patch, yes. I would say that the words such as due to other information and subsequently are not necessarily accurate.
Can I just stop you? When you say not accurate, do you mean it's not what you said, it's recorded inaccurately, or do you mean you said it at the time, but it was inaccurate?
I think it may have become garbled from what I said as to what was actually written.
And did you say that much of it was hearsay?
That doesn't sound like what I would have said. I don't recognise that.
And did you say you had a reasonable supposition rather than HN67 told me that he was the father of a baby?
No, because I say that this is Operation Hearn, is it not?
Well, it was Operation Motion that recorded these words, and then Operation Hearn put them into a bigger document.
I'm thinking that possibly one of the employees of Operation Hearn recognised there might be rules of evidence that would shut me up from just giving a complete revelation, and that's why this perhaps rather confused or inadequate version is recorded in this document.
Is the effect of your evidence that you told them what you're telling the inquiry now, or that you told them something with less detail, but it's become garbled in the writing?
I don't recall the precise sequence, and I probably best not to name the officer or the employee, but I was with Operation Motion staff and was in effect about to tell everything, and one of them said, you really ought to be talking to Operation Hearn rather than to us, or something like that.
Yeah, and so if we just zoom out, from this paragraph and go back to the first page of the document, we see that this document is in fact Operation Hearn coming to speak to you very soon after you had had your conversation with Operation Motion. All right, so the sequence of events is that you spoke to Operation Motion on the 25th of July 2018, and then on the 8th of August, Operation Hearn officers came to speak to you about it, do you see? And this is their note into which they've copied the Operation Motion note. What is recorded at the bottom here is, it says HN19, oops, sorry. Okay, I understand the system has crashed, so we'll just wait for it to come back. Thank you. So the bottom of that page, please, still MPS 0739129. All right, you made reference to the contact note from Operation Motion, which we were just looking at, and referred to the last paragraph of the note, which is what I just read to you. Can we go over the page, please? And this note from Operation Hearn says that you reiterated and confirmed that that summary was correct.
Sorry, I've lost track of which paragraphs are referring to which.
Sorry, so the paragraph in italics at the top of this page is what I read to you a few moments ago. It's part of the notes that Operation Motion took when they first spoke to you in 2018. And the Operation Hearn officers who came to see you a couple of weeks afterwards, after the Operation Motion officers, said you referred to that paragraph and reiterated and confirmed that it was correct. Do you see that?
I see that, and if I can anticipate your question, It wasn't entirely correct. I was wrong to say so in as many words. The actual truth is in my witness written statement.
Did you tell the Operation Herne officers then that it was correct, but you're saying that you shouldn't have done so?
I don't recall such a conversation, no.
Do you, as a result of what you've told the inquiry, do you know or suspect that anyone else is aware of the information about HN67 other than HN83?
If I can use my words carefully, when a barrister from the Commissioner's legal team took my first statement, I was asked questions about an SDS officer who was deployed round about the turn of the century. And I believe in a footnote it was stated that that officer, sorry, I was asked questions, I can't name him because it's a bit awkward to talk around him, but...
Right. Is it HM104, cover name Carlo Neri?
Yes, it is, yes.
So you can use that cipher?
Right.
Sorry, carry on, and you can refer to HM104 if that's...
I've lost my flow, but...
I'm sorry, you were saying that when your first statement was taken, your attention was drawn to something...
Yes, I wondered at the time why the barrister was asking me about 104, and now the dots have joined up.
In what way are they joined up?
Because there's a footnote that he made an allegation. As up to then, I believed I was the only person who had provided this information.
Is HM104 known to you personally?
Not at all, no.
Have you ever spoken to HM104 about HN67 fathering a child?
Not at all, no.
Do you suspect anyone else, any of your former SDS colleagues, officers or management, to be aware of this information other than through the inquiry?
This has to be speculation, but reasoned speculation, as in one of the documents that briefly flitted past me. The book Undercover by two Guardian journalists relates, without naming an officer, to somebody who entirely fits the sequence of events for HN67. Now, why it's unnamed, there may be legal reasons. It may be that the source for that information didn't know the names, but even if he didn't know the names, there would have been a time prior to that when somebody would have known the name.
Did you read that part of that book before speaking to Operation Motion and Operation Herne in 2018?
It's entirely possible. I've no accurate recollection of when I acquired it. I realised that there was lots of things that I was interested in, and just I was interested in, and it'd be a good idea to buy the book. But when, I don't really recall.
Is there any other information about sexual relationships involving SDS undercover officers that you are aware of and not telling the inquiry because you don't want to be the whistleblower?
No. I say, at the time, the only relationship that I had any knowledge of was HN67.
I've just got a few more questions, but before I do ask those, without uttering it, if you do know it, do you know or suspect what the name of the woman whom HN67 made pregnant?
I have absolutely no knowledge if she's even been identified, if she's been identified, whether she's been located, if she's been located, whether she's been informed. I don't know.
You yourself personally, were you ever told it, or did you ever learn the name of that woman?
No, not at all.
Finally, I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the what you refer to in your witness statement as an annual gathering with wives.
Yes.
Did that happen just whilst you were deployed as an undercover officer, or did you continue to attend those gatherings after the end of your deployment?
The last time I attended was when, just to go back a few minutes, I was still on the books using up accumulated rest days and annual leave, and I did attend the upmarket shindig, for want of a better term, but I didn't attend any subsequent gatherings.
And how much talk of undercover deployments was there at those gatherings?
As I recall, there was a sort of studied effort not to talk about work. It's sort of don't talk, shop at the do.
And were managers in attendance?
Oh yes, right up to, I think, chief superintendent level.
You mention in your the first witness statement you gave that you recalled sitting at the same table as HN67 and his wife at the dinner in 1985.
That would be my wife and my final attendance, yes.
Did you feel uncomfortable seeing HN67's wife after
All
he
the
had
time, yes.
disclosed to you?
Yes, of course.
Did you consider at any point the impact on her of the deception that had been undertaken by HN67?
I had to balance a deception that would never be revealed against dealing some sort of body blow to their domestic circumstances by telling all. And my decision was to keep quiet.
Would it be fair to say that you regarded keeping the status quo as more important than revealing it to her or to anyone else?
I'm not sure that risk assessment is the correct term, but having weighed up all the issues involved, I made my decision not to say anything.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions, but there does need to be a short break now. Some people have already approached me in the break this afternoon, but there will need to be a short break to confirm whether there are any questions from other core participants.
Yes. Of what length does it need to be, do you think?
I imagine 15 minutes. I imagine 15 minutes will do the trick, because I don't think there are very many.
Very well. Then we'll pause for 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. So given the time, you'll be pleased to hear there are just 3 short matters that have been proposed that I will ask, and you to HN19. Just going back to some topics I covered with you this morning, some follow-up questions, please. First, you mentioned going to Norwich to conduct some research in relation to the identity of the deceased child that you used for your cover identity. Whose idea was it that you should go to Norwich?
It was part of the pattern. I think I said I didn't actually have to apply to go, and it wasn't a question of being approved. It was fairly standard procedure if you were doing any sort of research into the background of the identity that you were using to visit the place. So I did visit because it was one of the, it sounds awful, it was a day away from the office. But yes, it fulfilled some functions. I don't think it was really vital, probably could have managed without it.
And how did you come to understand that it was a standard practice or part of the pattern?
The officer 65 who showed me the ropes said it was, and I didn't seek to question it, and I don't think I actually formally applied to go. I probably said something like to Mr. Butler, is it all right if I do Norwich tomorrow? And he said yes, something like that.
But the idea would have come from HN65?
Well, from the established practice, not his sort of...
Not him being the genesis of the idea, but you got the idea from HN65,
yes,
is that what you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Could I ask you then a couple of follow-up questions in relation to what you had to say about Richard Clark? I asked you about comments made by HN304 that he was known as a ladies' man. I think part of your answer was that he could talk the talk about that. What sort of thing did he say? What was the talk that he talked?
He was given to, shall I say, fairly lewd expressions. He would hint that he was a Lothario, and believe me, I'm not trying to be facetious, but he had conspicuously bad teeth, which would be a handicap for anybody who wanted to fill that role. And so I didn't know what to take seriously and what not to take seriously.
And when you say lewd comments, do you mean of a sexual nature?
Yes, yes.
And were they about his own conduct or about women? Can you give us an idea?
More generally about the female half of humanity in general, rather than his own conduct.
And was that sort of talk, that sort of lewd talk, did that seem out of place in Special Branch, or was that accepted? Did anyone?
I think in any standard gathering of Special Branch officers, Rick would have been not hugely untypical, but certainly would have been conspicuous by his use of language.
And did anybody ever call him out and suggest that it wasn't appropriate or anything like that?
No, I didn't, no.
Did anybody else in your hearing?
Not that I know, no.
You also said, when I asked you about whether you knew that he had had sexual relationships during his undercover deployment, you referred to there being a hint in conversation when you said something about, or by reference to your then fiancé, and he said words to the effect of, that reminds me of someone I knew when I was in the field. Why did you take that as a hint?
Because it couldn't be anything more. It may not even have been a hint. It could even have been referring to a male person that he knew in the field.
But why, when you were giving your evidence earlier, did you say, when I was asking you questions about whether you knew about him having sexual relationships, why did you refer to that as a hint in that context?
Because it couldn't have been anything more.
What do you mean couldn't have been anything more?
Well, at the risk of going entirely personal, I was in the throes of courtship at the time, and I think Rick might have wanted to either make what could have been taken as a reference to a sexual involvement, or just shut me up because I was coming on a bit strong.
But how did that link to his undercover deployment and the question of him having relationships?
Well, because he said it reminded him of somebody that he knew in the field. I don't think... I mean, is that not explanation enough in itself?
Let me put it this way. When you say he knew in the field, was the sort of knowledge related to sexual knowledge or knowledge of a woman?
I don't know.
I
mean, the biblical term is carnal knowledge, but whether he actually meant it like that, I don't know.
But that's how you took it?
Not necessarily. I say a hint, a possibility.
Right, thank you. Those conclude the questions.
Thank you very much for your assistance with my task in determining what happened. I'm very grateful for your lengthy and detailed evidence, and it will be of assistance to me when I come to write my report.
Thank you, sir. I'm obliged to the comment.
We will resume on Monday at 10 o'clock.
Thank you.